Colleagues, thank you very much. My 10 minutes is over. Pardon me, I was a prefect. So I started being responsible and managing time when I was 7. On a serious, I've always been a prefect. So I think it's in me. You have to bear with me. We have to manage time. And I was just whispering to my colleagues here, we have names to protect, isn't it? Yes, so at least when you talk of PS, tourism and environmental affairs, you should say she's very different from the rest of the civil servants. She keeps time. And I wouldn't ask for more. That would just be good enough. So can we start? We'll ask the bishop again to pray for us. We are honored she could make time in her program to be with us for the full 2 days. So she's going to honor us with a word of prayer, and then the moderator will take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Let us pray. Lord God, we just want to thank you once more for affording us this time in your presence. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the time that we are having, whereby you are stretching us, you are allowing us to learn and to know more. Lord, we thank you for each one of us who is here. We pray, Holy Spirit, your power to cover each us, expand us, allow us to learn and to relearn. This do it in your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Bishop. Good morning. Chief Moderator, PS, Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. I see the British High Commissioner this morning, the Bishop, distinguished delegates and invited guests and presenters. My name is Indaba. I'm the Executive Director for the Eswatini Environment Authority. Quite privileged to be part of this gathering this morning, following a robust day of discussions yesterday. Unable to be here physically, but I was following the proceedings online and realizing how groundbreaking this event is, and hoping this will be one amongst many milestones which the country is still going to take. As said earlier on by the PS, this morning we will be taking a deep dive into issues of environment, social and governance safeguards, trying really to unpack some of the issues and formulate a conversation really around how we can foster some of the principles around the issues of the environment, safeguards, and governance. Distinguished delegates, let me just say that these issues of environment and social safeguards have been, we can say, 50 years in the making. Some of you probably were slightly older. I see Steve at the back. Would recall probably the first meeting in Stockholm, which was called the Conference on Environment and Human, which last year the UN family took a time to really look back in terms of what has been the achievements, what has remained as challenges, and what has happened pretty much in the 50 years that we have seen. And we know that a lot has happened. And yet, our challenges and risks have always remained probably always there with us. We would know, for instance, that from Stockholm, we went to Rio in 1992, where some of these key agreements, your UNFCCC, your Convention on Biological Diversity, your Convention on Land, were pretty much agreed. From Rio, a lot happened. Johannesburg, Summit, Rio Plus 20 in 2012, the groundbreaking COP 21 in 2015, where the Paris Accord was agreed, and many, many other initiatives. And yet, the issues around what we call the triple planetary crisis has always remained. Now, as we take this deep dive around the issues of green financing, how we can use financing to really address some of these issues. There are so many issues then that we need to deal with. I know that being led by the private sector here today, one must hasten to just appreciate and thank the partners who have put this event together. You know, as it was being said by the principals yesterday, to see them take the lead. It's a departure from what has happened. I know that initiatives such as the Equator Principles have always come to try and shape a conversation, particularly in the financing sector, in terms of how issues of the environment and social safeguards can be incorporated in terms of the practices in that sector. But today, I think, with the presenters and the panelists who will be joining us here today, we will probably reflect and take a bit of time to try and look at some of those issues, pretty much because of the expectations that we have. And of course, the issues of environment and safeguards just go beyond what we call greenwashing, where we expect that practitioners would pretend to be concerned about issues of the environment and social safeguards, just for the sake of it, just for the sake of the image, for the sake of corporate branding. But we want to go beyond that to make sure that these issues means much more than just those kind of green jacketing of these issues. So this morning, we have a panel of experts who will be joining us here to come and share insights with us. I've seen Mr. Onesimus Mwezi, who is here from UNDP Regional Office in Addis. I've also seen Mr. Jürgen Pillay from SNG, who will be also joining the panel just to come. We are expecting Mr. Inati Dlamini. I hope he is still going to walk in. We are also expecting Mr. Douglas Kativa, who is just also going to join us from Agri Africa, and also Mr. Nongo, who is going to, from Smart Africa, who is also going to come and just share insights with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will probably get ready to receive our presentation this morning from Mr. Onesimus Mwezi, who is just going to give us a general overview on the subject matter this morning around ESG. Mr. Mwezi, I've had the privilege to work with him for the past few years. He is amongst the foremost renowned environmental scientists on the continent. We have had the privilege as a country to have him come and serve in the UNDP country office here. He is currently based in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, in the regional office, where he is also continuing with the work, particularly around these issues of the triple planetary crisis, issues of climate change and biodiversity loss. I'm pleased to have him this morning just to come and share insights. One of his colleagues at UNDP described him as pretty much a encyclopedia when it comes to vertical financing within the UN system. And I can personally attest to that, having had to work with him in trying to develop a couple of projects for vertical funding, either from the Green Climate Fund or the Global Environment Facility, the Adaptation Fund, and all of these big financing structures of the UN. And we are happy that he is here this morning to take us through his presentation on the subject matter. I promised to be nice to him this morning. So at this point in time, I would request Mr. Mwezi just to join me on the stage and probably take us through the presentation as we kickstart our day today. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes forward?
First of all, thank you very much, moderator, the PS, Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, moderator, for the kind words. Many times these nice words, you hear them when you can't hear them. They are said at your funeral. But when you hear them when you are alive, you thank God. So let me take that opportunity first of all to thank God that I'm here today. Before I go into the technical details of my presentation, let me say how pleased I am to join you this morning for this important event. I was here yesterday, and I was telling one of my neighbors, said, I'm so excited to see the bishop who is very passionate about environment, because the environmental sustainability is part and parcel of God's calling, the purpose of humanity on earth. The first thing that God did was to assign Adam and Eve the Garden of Eden to take charge. And the subject of environmental sustainability is basically about that we take charge of what God has given us. The other aspect I just wanted to touch on is that this is my 4th anniversary in Eswatini. This week, in 2019, on 22nd May, is the day I first stepped my foot in the kingdom of Eswatini. So for me, really, this is my anniversary being here in Eswatini. So this is my 4th year in Eswatini. Thank you for the welcome since then, and the opportunity to work among you, 2019 up to the end of 2021, when I left the Kingdom of Eswatini to join the UNDP regional office as a regional technical advisor for ecosystems and biodiversity. Environmental sustainability is something that is dear to my heart, and always say that I am passionate about environmental sustainability as a competitive factor in business. And that's really what I will talk about this morning. I'll just make a few little exposition to provide the basis for our discussion. And therefore, with that, I would like to move to the next slide. First, I would like to situate the discussion in the background of where we are operating from. I know there was a lot of discussion yesterday about these subjects on climate action, SDGs, and the rest. But I thought, just for making sure that we are on the same page for those who were not here yesterday, but also to flashback that we are operating in a context of where a big percentage of our people still live below poverty line. Unemployment remains high, particularly among the youth. But also, our economic performance has gone down, largely because of the multiple crises that we are going through. The climate crisis, compounded by loss of biodiversity and ecosystems, and then just recovering from COVID. So we've operated in multiple crises, and as a result, lost a lot of opportunities. But for Eswatini also, go through a challenge of financing for SDGs and climate action, partly because of our own ranking. Although people are living below poverty line, the country is a middle-income country. And because of that, most of the bilateral and international financing, the country doesn't qualify because it is considered as a middle-income country. And so you find yourself in a fix on how do you actually mobilize financing for development in a country like Eswatini. The private sector we have here, we are probably privileged to have them, because when you look at the numbers, the private sector is always looking at the numbers. Yeah? If I put an investment in this community, how many people are going to buy my product? Who am I selling to? So if you look at the numbers, the population, you say, yeah, but if I put a factory here, who is going to buy stuff here? The numbers are small. And therefore, when we look at mobilizing resources locally, it's also a challenge. And therefore, the importance of integrated financing, which UNDP and the Economic Commission for Africa has been supporting countries to develop, so that you address both climate, development, and other humanitarian efforts. Next. And this brings me to the role of the private sector in SDGs and climate action. I was privileged to be part of the Eswatini's journey to enhance the climate action for Eswatini in 2021. And we submitted commitments and pledges to the Paris Agreement. And a significant part of that also mentions private sector. Globally, we see that about 41% of the countries indicated opportunities for private sector in their climate action commitments. But also we noted that more than 85% of the private sector financing in climate action goes to energy. So I don't know how many private sector partners in this room are in energy, but the bulk of the private sector financing in climate action is in energy. And there is a huge gap in financing ecosystem restoration, protecting our forests, protecting our wetlands and our rivers, which is just a meager about 1%. With that, we find that the opportunity for making an impact is a combination of both public and private financing, which some would say is blended financing that combines loans, concession loans, grant financing, and be able to make an impact on these issues. So having known and having seen the context you're operating in and the opportunities that we do have, let's look at the understanding the ESG, which is the subject of our discussion this morning. The key question in our minds would be, as a business, or as an office, as an organization, how do you measure your business success? Traditionally, we measure business success from profits, yeah? From profits, how much we have declared as profits to our shareholders, right? By reducing the operating costs and so on and so forth. Getting more in paying less. But also, the question is, how do you integrate environmental, social governance standards into your company and your investment processes? Now, that's what we are talking about this morning. How we can integrate environmental, social, and governance. So the point that we labor more on is environmental sustainability, social impact, and good governance. Is it good business to invest in environmental sustainability? Is it good business for you to take care of the people, or for the organization to take care of the people it serves? Is it good business to run an inclusive policy framework? A policy framework that respects gender, a policy framework that respects diversity in all its forms, a policy framework that respects human rights. Is it good business? When I speak about this subject, sometimes I use this example on business and the community. Imagine you are making juice for a community in Eswatini, and the waste that you have generated from the process has been dumped in a water system, untreated, because you use some chemicals in making juice, right? Or you get the waste and dump it in a water system. But your market actually is not where you have dumped the waste. Your market is downstream, is way beyond where you have poured the waste. So what happens when the people who drink that water fall sick? We know that when a child is sick in the home, everything else stops. It means that if the population downstream falls sick, they will stop looking at buying juice. They will actually focus on treating the child. They focus on spending on health. And therefore, in our business and investment decision-making processes, the understanding that if we pollute the environment on which our people depend, we are actually poisoning our own market, and we're actually killing our own people. And once this understanding is appreciated across the board, then actually our understanding of ESG is done. It is about your investment decisions, how you think about their impact on the environment, how they affect the people, and what you can do to make them socially inclusive and appropriate. And that brings me to the issue of the shifts that are required. So what does that mean for the business? Should we continue to focus on profits, profit maximization, as we always say in a business? I'm a student of business administration, so although I'm an environmentalist by profession, I'm also a student of business administration. And I did my master's in business administration specifically to understand how to make nature make sense for the people who live on nature, yeah? And so for you to continue focusing on profits might be limiting in your impact as a business. And therefore shift from profit to purpose. What is your purpose for starting the business? Is it to make profits, or is it to improve the lives of the people around you? Or is it to make change in the community? And we know one of the richest people on the planet, Buffett Warren, has written a number of books on purpose-driven life. And the main purpose for us to exist is not just about to grow our wealth, right? But is make a difference in life and serve God in that respect. The other shift, which I would like to attend to, is whom are we targeting? Is this just about the shareholders? If we focus on the shareholders, by all means, you're just going to focus on the dividend at the end of the day. But we must shift from focusing on the shareholder dividends to focus on the stakeholders. And the stakeholders are not just the shareholders. You have the staff who work for you. You have the community who are your neighbors. You have the general society for whom you owe the benefit of your business. And lastly, it is understood in this context that we can do well while at the same time doing good. You do not have to do bad things in order to get more money, right? I'll give an example. In Uganda, we have Hima Cement Factory. Hima Cement Factory is one of the classical cases in Uganda on how taking environmental mediation can make you make more money. In the 90s, Hima Cement Factory was releasing a lot of cement dust in the air. The whole area was white with the cement, the communities around it, because they could not fix a kiln in the system to trap the dust and pull it back. Since they instituted a clinker in their business process, all the cement that was being lost was trapped and taken back into the system. The community is cleaner, the people are healthier, and the factory is making more business. And so you can make good business while doing a good thing for the people. Next. This brings to the nuts. How do we actually go about the ESG? 5 key steps. We need commitment, particularly from management, but we need to bring on board the employees and everyone else in the organization. We want to make sure that we know where we are starting from and where we want to go by undertaking a baseline assessment of what our current operating processes are, of what our current consumption rates are, and what we could do in order to cut down on how much we take from the environment and how much we put back in the environment, and therefore be able to reduce our footprint. Next. I've already mentioned the 3 areas. I just wanted to touch examples. My moderator earlier talked about greenwashing. I know most of the private sector in the room undertake corporate social responsibility, right? Because if they were not taking corporate social responsibility, they wouldn't be in this room. All right? But can we go beyond taking corporate social responsibility? If we are talking about tackling climate change and biodiversity loss and pursuing a green economic growth path, the private sector cannot afford to just do corporate social responsibility. We must invest beyond corporate social responsibility and make bold steps, join the community in restoring the land, join the community in protecting forests, invest in restoring catchments. One of the biggest challenges, and I don't know how many businesses were affected in 2015-2016 drought. I'm informed that the drought of 2015-16, with no water, many businesses and farming community, a lot of revenue. But how many have lost business during the floods? In 2021, when we had Cyclone Eloise. And how many lost businesses because the community is not happy with you? The youth in your community, they see you as a problem. They see you as an exploiter, a business. How many of us lose business in that context? And so the call for our investment in ESG is not just about to be seen to do good, but actually do good, right? There's one thing to be seen and in PR, but there's also you actually feeling that you are doing something good. And the satisfaction of the human being is in feeling that you are actually doing something good, not being seen that you are doing something good. Next. Let me end with our own, next slide, please. Let me end with our own UN system, ESG. In 2007, under the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the UN initiated the process of demonstrating leadership that as a UN, we must lead by example and reduce our carbon footprint. And in that regard, initiated the process of our own UN Environmental Sustainability Framework. In the UN, we refer to it as the greening the blue. Yeah, for most of the people in this region, they may not know the blue UN. But because we have two UNs, the blue and the black. The black is the missions, yeah, the UN security missions that are in Afghanistan, Somalia, and those use the UN black, right? In this region, we mainly know the blue UN, which is the development side of the UN. And since 2007, a lot of effort have been invested in making sure that as a UN, we demonstrate that we are committed to environmental sustainability, creating social impact, and good governance. And we have set up the process. Our carbon footprint for UNDP, we have every country office, including Eswatini, is required on an annual basis to report on their carbon footprint through an online process. So those two charts, the first chart up is the global chart on the carbon footprint, and the bottom chart is the UNDP Eswatini carbon footprint. So you will notice that the Eswatini carbon footprint has been going down. The last one is 2022. So our performance as UNDP in Eswatini is pretty good. You can see we are better than the global average. And I'm sure this is going to get better every year. One of the biggest sources of the UN carbon footprint is travel, air travel particularly. That is our biggest source of emissions, followed by on-ground transport, the fleet that moves around. So since the 2007 and now up to now, there's been a big shift in the UN system to cut down on our travel budget and our travel footprint. And one of the policy directions was to remove first class and business class travelers. So those days, if I had a flight that is more than 10 hours, yeah, I would be entitled to a business class. And I had the opportunity to take one when I had just joined the UN. Now, taking a business class seat as a UN staff is pure luxury. Is pure luxury. Maybe the SJ, the Secretary General, and a few senior management. But as a policy, the business class ticketing for UN staff was phased out, more or less. So all of us travel economy as part of cutting down on our carbon footprint. I end with, I wanted to show a short video of our demonstrator about the UN greening the blue, and then I will conclude. Let me see if I can run it. Hey, you see, I'm forgetting that I'm not operating the machine, yeah? Are you able to click on the link? If you don't, we'll still proceed so that I can finish. Okay, let me proceed as they try to move on it. So in addition to our own corporate reporting, so the UNDP ESG framework moves from operations to programming. It's not just about operations, but also programming. When we come to the programming side of things in terms of supporting countries to develop projects and deliver impact on the ground, then we use our environmental and our social and environmental screening standards, which are project-based. And in the framework of that, we have three main parameters: environmental screening, stakeholder engagement, and grievance redress mechanism. So we have the technical aspect of assessing the potential impact of our initiatives on the ground, but also we have an accountability mechanism. How do we account for our actions? And part of the accountability mechanism is providing space for beneficiaries and stakeholders to report any case of not pursuing the policy as stated. So any member of the community here, for example, in Eswatini, can report a case to the UNDP administrator, the head of UNDP, about a UNDP project that is not complying to our own policies and procedures, that is not compliant with human rights, that is abusing any citizen, that is abusing the environment. So within our social and environmental safeguards, that has been put in place to enable the communities that we serve get the total benefit of UNDP support. In conclusion, what do we see? That integrating ESG what we see is that integrating environmental sustainability, social impact, and good governance in our business is possible. And evidence shows that businesses that prioritize sustainability challenges with profit perspectives, they have a better rating in the market. And so it is good business to invest in environmental sustainability, social impact, and good governance. it is important to note that environmental sustainability applies to every business and every home, or even every sector. One of the biggest challenges that I have had is to instill environmental sustainability at home. Yeah, at home. If you think about your home as a business, it's a full organization, we know, yeah? It has the energy sector, it has the food sector, it has water, it has... But making people in the house compliant is the toughest job. Especially if your spouse is not to the same level of understanding of how things go. Home, it is difficult to transform society, right? Because we know the home and the family is the basic unit of transforming society. So, it is an ongoing business. We have to keep working at it. If we can't sort waste at home, we cannot expect it to be sorted in the community. If we cannot save energy at home, it is going to be a tall order for anyone to change it in society. And therefore, my ending point is, it starts with you, and it starts with me to make a difference. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Onesmus, for the presentation. Can we give him another round of applause, please? And indeed, it's about the planet, and it's about the people. So, an ESG framework that doesn't talk to the planet, Onesmus, and the people is not really the framework that we are looking for. As you were just going through your presentation here, I remember one of the cases of social impact, a project, I think it was in Lake Victoria, on the introduction of the Nile perch. There's a fish, Onesmus and others are eating in Lake Victoria called the Nile perch. There was this big project which was aimed at improving people's livelihoods, and then they decided to do this novel thing of taking this exotic fish called the Nile perch, and they introduced it in the lake so that the people can harvest the fish and eat. But what happened? The Nile perch, instead of just growing and multiplying, it started eating the local indigenous species of tilapia and other fish around which the communities had depended for many years. And suddenly, I don't know what you call this fish, Onesmus, this one you dry as small, what do you call that? Yes, so all of those things began to disappear in the lake. And then the Nile perch was growing and growing, but the people, the local communities who had always depended on these local indigenous species began to complain. So those were the things that began to raise the issue of the social impacts of projects. So as we are going to invite Mr. Pillay back to the stage and Onesmus just to go through the panel discussion, these are the things that we need to reflect on. We are also expecting 3 more other panelists. I hope others will be able to join us online. We have Douglas Kativa, and then we have Mr. Inat. I hope he's going to join us as we take another deep dive on these issues of the ESG. I'm going to introduce and request Mr. Pillay. He is the National Director at SNG for ESG, and he is one of those few trained UN trainers on SDGs, and he has dealt with the issues of developing the ESG frameworks, particularly dealing with issues that touches on practical tips and experiences for small or companies in general. So he is probably just going to give us another perspective on how we can deal with some of these issues that touches on the ESG framework. I'll invite Onesimus also just to come and join him on stage as we move to the next phase of our discussions. And because we do have a bit of time, but not much, I'll probably just open one session later for interventions that may come from the floor. But at this stage, let me invite Mr. Play and Onesimus just to come on and join me on stage. And Mr. Douglas, I hope you are here now. Douglas Kativa, if you can also just join us on stage, or is here, so that we can just have another deep dive on the issues that we have here. This one, can take this one. Once again, I think we want to welcome, let's give a round of applause for our panelists this morning. Mr. Douglas Kativa on the far left, Mr. Pillay in the middle, and Mr. Onesimus Mwezi here just next to me. I think maybe I will start with you, Mr. Pillay.
Sure.
Just to give us a perspective around this whole issue of the ESG. As Onesimus was saying earlier, one of the challenges that we have always had, particularly us in the regulatory environment for these issues, has been the actual tangible commitment, dollar commitment, by both the private sector and the public sector on these issues. As Onesimus was saying earlier on, we have struggled a lot with the issue of greenwashing, particularly by the use of the corporate social investment rhetoric. For corporates just to put on a green jacket on practices without a real dollar commitment on some of these ESG issues. What will you take, Mr. Play?
Thank you very much for the question. So from my experience of working with companies, and ESG, I think first of all, it's the misunderstanding of ESG. ESG is a risk framework that your financiers would use to gauge how much funds it can give you. If you have to look at where we need to be, it's actually on the sustainability. A very quick example, we had a small business coming to us and saying, if I have to look at some of the frameworks on ESG, it's telling me I need to, recycle. I'm gonna score good points with. I had a little kitchen that sells coffee, and we took the cups. We started buying plastic lids with the cardboard cups, and it was easy to then tick that box. And as we were going and doing that, it felt like we were ticking a box, but then we realized if we had used glass instead to give out our coffee and employ one person that can wash those glasses, even the person in the kitchen would know why they have a job. And that is sustainability in your DNA. And ultimately, when you want to invest in a company, you want a company that has that sustainability in their DNA, that even the person in the kitchen knows why. I'm quite blessed to be one of 3 accredited trainers for SDG impact standards by the UNDP. And those standards actually teaches you how to drive this DNA in your business such that you don't just look at what the ESG frameworks are saying. If you get your DNA right in your company, it doesn't matter what framework you're using because you're doing it for the right reasons, and everyone in the company understands that. And for me, that's quite important, is how do we get this training out there? How do we get awareness out there? And maybe just to let you know, SNG will be, with the UNDP, rolling out the trainings into Africa. And we're actually starting with it in Eswatini in July.
Sure.
So it will be the first.
Nice.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, Mr. Pillay. Douglas, welcome. maybe I'll just probably request you just to tell us a bit about yourself and Agri-Africa, and maybe just now deal with the question of how can both the private sector and the public sector accountable on these issues? Because sometimes it's nice just to sit in such a lovely setup and talk about these issues without really having the practical sense of how we can hold these partners, and particularly the private sector and the public sector, accountable for some of these issues. Going beyond just the nice to have kind of rhetoric to some tangible, practical ways on how we can take action in terms of holding people accountable on these issues.
Thank you, and to express our gratitude to the organizers and to also congratulate them for a well put together Green Indaba. I know we were initially also approached early on when the discussions were beginning, but it's good to see how the discussions progressed and also other partners that have come on board to make it such a successful event. About ourselves, I'm from the Global Reporting Initiative, not Agri. We have been championing corporate accountability and transparency for more than 25 years now, since the organization was established in 1997. So we produce, or we have developed in a multi-stakeholder approach processes, a comprehensive framework that allows companies to, one, identify what are the sustainability issues that they need to manage, and then also using reporting as a tool that the company can also latch onto in order to grow the business. So the GRI sustainability reporting standards are now pretty much used in more than 95 jurisdictions around the world, and quite a number of the large enterprises, both from the global 250 companies as well as the national top 100 companies are using the standards to identify, measure, manage, and also report on their environmental, economic, governance practices publicly. So to us, we define sustainability. Some would probably interuse ESG, sustainability interchangeably, but for us, we look broader at the sustainability aspect. And by standards, it's pretty much a system of 3 modular standards, if you may put it that way. We have what we call the general disclosures that should be used by all companies. And then we have sector standards that are applicable to particular sectors. And then we have the topic standards. So these are used based on what a company and these stakeholders would have identified as material topics for the company to report on their ESG or sustainability performance. We believe through a framework such as the one that we have developed, companies are able to reflect on their own business practices, business decisions, and also see how they can reduce the negative impacts from their practices, but also any negative impacts that may emanate from their business decisions. On the other hand, stakeholders can also use the framework to hold the company accountable for over its sustainability impacts as well. So it's a framework that companies can use as a platform to engage with their stakeholders. One, internal stakeholders, also looking at internal operations. I think earlier on you mentioned the main presentee investee companies or companies that they are invested in. And the framework The good thing about the framework is it allows companies to also compare performance from one year to the next year, but also ensures comparability with peers within your sector, but also comparability across other sectors.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I can go on and
Sure.
on, but
In terms of absence of these frameworks in most cases, both in the private and the public sector, what are the implications, particularly when you talk of your GCF, your other development, partners and financiers, in instances where there's a clear policy gap on these issues of the ESG? Is it working? Yeah.
First of all,
Sure.
let me say that increasingly since the Stockholm Convention, the Brundtland Report on environmental sustainability and development, and the Rio Conventions, the requirements for ESG keep on going upwards. Yeah, in the early 90s, the main focus was on environmental sustainability, how you are dealing with, or how you are taking care of the natural environment in your programming and financing instruments. In the 2000s, the demand for social accountability and good governance is now more important than before. Why? Because the challenges we are dealing with to tackle the crisis, we want to protect our environment, but if protecting the environment will actually defranchise a vulnerable person of their own resource, we would rather not.
Yeah.
So so most of the financing institutions now, they do not want you to talk about indigenous people. They don't even recognize them anywhere. And that makes it difficult for accessing some of the financing. The GCF, GEF, and all these multilateral funds at the moment, they are so much focused on addressing the human impact. In the 90s, when protected areas were being established after the Rio Convention, the indigenous peoples were being kicked out of protected areas, right? They gazetted an area to think twice on how you are going to take care of them. You must make sure that those are taken care of. And that brings me to the ability to attract international financing for tackling our development challenges like poverty, HIV, and any other issues, that we must be seen, but also in real terms, doing something in terms of policy framework, but also resource allocation to tackling these issues, reducing the impact of our development initiatives on the people for whom actually this intended to be. Previously, if an initiative was on conservation, for example, conserving a forest, it did not attract any attention for environmental assessments for the regulators like the EEA. But now, even when it is protecting a forest or creating a national park, the first question is, who was there before? Who is there now? And what is going to happen to them?
Sure.
And unless you demonstrate how you are going to deal with these people who have been there, who have derived their livelihood on the area for which you propose to upgrade into a nature reserve, the likelihood that you access the funding is very limited. And we have had projects closed. I think UNDP now we have about two cases in West Africa for whom projects are being cancelled, which were already under implementation. But because there has been abuse of human rights for the communities that neighbor those projects or that lived in those protected areas, the projects are at the edge of being cancelled, both from UNDP, but also from the donor side.
Sure.
So the risk is going up, especially when it comes to the human rights and taking care of the people's needs. So at the end of the day, we need to do development that is inclusive, that is socially acceptable, that does not create the burden on some people while benefiting the others.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Pillay, I don't want to be jealous with the mic. I'm just meant for the audience just to also engage. But from your SNG side, how have you dealt with the issue of reporting, particularly the corporate reporting in as far as ESG is concerned, so that there is a bit of reflection and oversight from corporate practices around this area? How have you dealt with that particular issue in your experience?
Because you have a look at the audit reports or the annual reports, sustainability reports, it goes out, and either you're signing off on that, and then say, okay, we need a project on water, we need something to report on the social side of things. What are you doing internally? So I've had a few clients for more than 10 years now, and we look after a lot of funds for these clients. And I've seen the same project being called different things on different reports. It's the same money, it's the same project, and in a hospital. And before I get to the approach, just some stats: 72% of companies in the world use the SDGs on their websites, on their audit reports, and so on. In 2019, before COVID, only 2% of those companies did it correctly before COVID. So you can imagine after COVID, when companies needed more funding coming in, what their stats is looking like today. So back to our approach, we'll first go have a look at what is the strategy of the company. Have they changed any strategies in the company? Really looking at the vision, because if you want the DNA of the company to come through in sustainability, you need to go back to the strategy. And as auditors, we go back there. Well, that's our approach as we've been going through. Next is into management. Is the KPIs from the strategy flowing down properly into managers such that your management understands? Thirdly, how transparent is information that's being shared, that's being put out into the world? And lastly, how's the governance around these three aspects?
Sure.
Ultimately, you also look at materiality, like we just mentioned from previous speakers. You need to understand your stakeholders very well. So like you speak of the social part, the world is focusing a lot on climate. There's also should be focusing on social first. A lot of the frameworks come out of climate first. What are we doing on the social side? And as companies, we need to understand our stakeholders, and by understanding our stakeholders better, we can assess the materiality and the cost versus the benefit that you'll be investing in, and ultimately then putting it out into your annual reports. I hope that answered.
Yeah. So, Douglas, if you can have a bite as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Just want to add to, I think, the two questions that you posed to my fellow panelists. I think first, I think it dealt more at the macro level. But what we are seeing is that investors are increasingly integrating ESG considerations into their portfolio management. And the assets under management that are incorporating ESG principles have been increasing exponentially over the years. I no longer keep a track because the number keeps going up. But it just shows you that, as the governor was saying yesterday, that ESG and ESG reporting is pretty much here to stay. And what we are observing also through our research is that the number of policy instruments that are requiring reporting on sustainability performance are also increasing. I think if you look at around 2000, 2002, our research, we could pick up about 20, 25, 26 policies. But in our latest publication, which was for just 2 years ago, that number has grown to over 700 policy instruments around the world. And it's not only governments that are requiring responsible conduct from private sector, but one of the key players, like I mentioned, the investors, but we are also seeing stock exchanges being more active. A third of those instruments that I mentioned are actually issued by stock exchanges that are targeting companies that are listed on the different exchanges. And I think it's all down to exchanges also being competitive in order to attract the capital that is out there, that is incorporating ESG principles. So we are seeing more and more. And as GRI, we have been engaging stock exchanges around the world. And we have a technical collaboration agreement with the African Securities Exchange Association. Through that agreement, we're also able to commission SNG to support Eswatini Stock Exchange to develop the ESG guidance targeted at companies listed on the exchange.
Sure.
The space is increasingly being regulated, especially we are also seeing increase in carbon regulation and with expectations for responsible business conduct for companies. And then to the other question that Pile has also responded. To us, we encourage companies to not report just for the sake of reporting. There has to be value to the company that the company has to derive from the reporting process itself. And you'll find out that the value is not so much in the end product, which is the report, but the value is more in the what we call the reporting process, which enables the company to engage its different stakeholders to address the issues that may enhance or destroy the value creation potential for the company. And what we say is the responsibility for what is publicly communicated is the responsibility of the highest decision-making board in the organization, in this case, which is the board of directors. So it is not enough for the board of directors to delegate to executive management or management, but the board has to engage on the sustainability issues that have the potential to destroy value for the organization or enhance value. And in our standards, ultimate responsibility for sustainability lies with the board and not really with the executive management.
Before we conclude, I just want to test the waters. If we're not gentlemen, we're not just talking to ourselves. If there is anyone who wants to intervene, I have the roving mic. If you're not really eager to talk, just do so for the sake of ensuring that we're not just talking to ourselves with this distinguished panel here. Any question or intervention from the floor? If I see no hand, Your Excellency, I see you. Can somebody help with the roving mic? I'll just take 2 or 3, and then we'll conclude. I know PS started a little bit late, so I'm going to cut for myself. Just 10 more minutes, and then we'll conclude. Your Excellency.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I'm going perhaps to abuse the opportunity, if I may, not to restrict myself merely to talking about ESG, but to make a few broader points, because I was very sorry not to be here yesterday. That's all right, don't worry. I spend too much of my time sitting down. It's good to be on my feet. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much to all the organisers for bringing us all together today. And as I said, sorry not to have been with you yesterday. 3 quick points, if I may. And perhaps starting with the broader discussion about ESG, but looking beyond that. One of my observations after 25 years of working in the diplomatic service is that change, or at least positive, sustainable change, is, well, I was going to say glacial, but in the context of climate warming, perhaps that's not quite the right word, because, of course, we're seeing glaciers melt rather more quickly than they should. But it doesn't fit with our own budgetary and political cycles. And it's somewhat depressing, perhaps, in my position to move from one country to the next after 3, 4, or 5 years, not necessarily to feel that I've seen progress, or at least that I've contributed to something. I may have sown some seeds, but I'm unlikely to reap the crops, as it were. In this space, of course, that's even more the case, because the changes or the challenges that we're facing are generational, but it really is, I think, down to us to deal with it, because we can't keep putting it off. So in a way, it's not an excuse to say, well, it's not going to affect us. Engage with different audiences in different ways, because we will all have a different perspective, and indeed our own perspectives will change as we get older. We may be a little bit more idealistic in our teens and 20s and a little bit more interested in financial or economic considerations as we get older. Not necessarily selfishly, but for our families, for our employees, for our societies. But my observation is this, that essentially over the last 60 or 70 years, there have been, if you like, eras of development. And the first would have been that which grew in the 1960s and 70s, which is largely about aid. And then through the 90s into the noughties, we kind of, as development, well, for a start, we were no longer donor partners, we became development partners. So we were working with governments and others, NGOs and communities, to try and build capacity and capability. I would argue, and it may be controversial, but I think that that era has ended. I'm not sure that everyone has yet woken up to that, but in fact I suspect we could trace the sources of that gradual end back to the financial crisis in 2008. 15 years on, it really is coming to an end. That doesn't mean that development is going to stop, and it doesn't mean that governments are going to stop engaging, but we're going to engage in a different way. And that is why I'm so pleased that this, if you like, the fundamental objective or driver for this event is about financing and private sector involvement, because this is the third era. The UK government's contribution to development globally is not going to suffice, or all international development partners' contributions to development is not going to suffice to deal with the challenges we face. What overseas development assistance we now allocate is either humanitarian crisis or, and this is really important, into multilateral organizations, whether that's UNDP and other UN agencies within the UN family, or the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions.
Sure.
But they're not going to provide the financing either. It is the private sector. And from a UK perspective, that's London. So there's huge opportunity, I think, provided we accept this shift and provided we adapt quickly enough to take advantage of it, because now that it's in the private sector, it's much more competitive. So every country, and of course, dealing with some of these challenges is not country specific because they're regional and global, but there needs to be a much more, I would say, rigorous and precise and economically founded approach to eliciting support. And my last point, and if I may crave your indulgence, is about ambition. Many of you, or some of you at least, may have heard me say that my ambition in the time I remain in the Kingdom of Eswatini is to get this country to set out its goal to be the first country in Africa to be entirely independent for its energy based on renewables. 100%. And I firmly believe that that is possible. Now, of course, there are challenges. And of course, at times, it might appear uneconomic, but in the longer term, it will be hugely advantageous.
Yeah.
And there are many other people in this room who know the details and the data and the numbers. But frankly, if your base load requirement is about 107 megawatts and your peak is 245, well, it should have been done already. So don't let the obstacles prevent us from setting that ambition, pursuing that ambition. In the same way that at previous phases, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, there of course were people who objected or said it can't be done or shouldn't be done. The Luddites broke machinery during the industrial revolution in the UK. It didn't stop it happening. So let's be at the forefront of it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for that. Any other, just before we conclude, any other quick, very short intervention from the floor? There was a hand somewhere in the corner there, but I don't know whether it's still there. If not, we will conclude. Is there a hand over there? It seems like it just disappeared. So, gentlemen, just in 1 minute, your parting shot, Douglas, on this?
Thank you. I think we have largely dealt with, I would say, one aspect of it in terms of compliance from a regulatory policy point of view. But what I would encourage the private sector is to look beyond compliance and look at the strategic drivers for embedding ESG into their operations. I could look at it from three main aspects. One, it drives operational efficiencies within the organization. And then also from a financing perspective, it helps attract financing. As we have mentioned, investors are pretty much looking at deploying capital to companies that are well governed, companies that have low levels of risk. And then the third aspect that I will look at it is from market access and maintaining business relations. We are seeing, and if I can use the example of the European Union, where they are coming up with the European Sustainability Reporting Standards that are going to target over 50,000 companies within the EU. And obviously, by extension, through supply chains, value chains, those expectations are also going to be passed on to companies that are doing business with those companies that are based in the EU. So in order for you to maintain that business relation, you also have to conform to the expectations that are being set out in the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. And lastly, ESG integration and reporting pretty much helps to drive strategy. I think yesterday we heard a lot about the opportunities within the green economy. So through reporting, through ESG integration, companies would also be able to identify what are the opportunities within the green economy that can help in terms of growing their business and sustaining returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. The play?
Thank you. My parting shot is that it starts with you. It starts with me. It's as simple as looking at the products you're using, looking at where it comes from, how sustainable are those products. And I think the biggest investment that you can make is in yourself, awareness, education. Like I mentioned, we will be starting the first training in July in Eswatini. Please look out for the communication, and the idea is to assist you to become more sustainable as a person first, as a company, ultimately as a country and a nation affecting the world. Thank you, everyone.
Sure.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Mr. Mwezi? You can take this one.
Thank you very much. In terms of the parting shots, first is to reaffirm the fact that environmental sustainability and positively impacting our communities and our people is good for business. It is good for you, for me. It is good for the family. It is good for our communities. But it requires commitment and leadership, both at the home and at the community. It requires engagement. It is not a process that you hand down to the children. It is not a process that you hand down to your spouse as the rule of the day. It is not something that you demand the house help to do. It is something that we must all get engaged in and appreciate the value it brings to our community. It also demands capacity building. People must be aware. People need to get to know how to go about these businesses to be able to make a contribution. We must be able to monitor our impacts, what we take from the environment and what we take back. We must be able to reduce, committed to reduce our footprint, but also if we cannot reduce, then we must offset. Yeah. Each one of us can offset our impact on the environment. Or to travel, whether you ride a bicycle, where it is practical, or whether you join transport together to come to a meeting, or whether you choose to go virtual in a meeting, each one of us can offset our impact on the environment, and together we'll live in a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Onesimus. Another round of applause for my panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I think as we conclude, it's safe to say there's more scrutiny, more demand for us as a society on this issue of ESG. And of course, I think what has come out clearly today is this need for a closer look on the dollar sense of our commitment to ESG. And of course, I think the beacon that we have to keep on following is that this is not just about the planet, as Onesimus was saying, it's also about the people. So I think as we walk back to those boardrooms to take this engagement further and to really stimulate our policy directions going forward, we want to make sure that this issue is elevated. We know we do have a robust legislation here in Eswatini when it comes to the environment. I think now the onus is upon us, all of us, to say how do we translate that into practice? How do we translate that into transformative actions that are going to make our communities and our people live a better life? One would probably recall at one point a friend of mine who happened to see the state of Lusoshwana River below Matapa, and the kind of indictment I saw in his face looking at the quality of that river just beyond Matapa, to say, as a society, how have we allowed ourselves to probably see such an important asset deteriorate because we have not probably taken enough care in terms of what we do in terms of practices, particularly in the private sector. I think this is going to stimulate many discussions and deliberations as we move forward in this type of discussions. Thank you very much. Another round for my panel, ladies and gentlemen, as I hand back to the PS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It's been a very insightful morning, and I think we need to stretch a bit. Coffee is served outside. We are all invited. No rush. They were still preparing our sandwiches, so they will come in phases like climate change. So let's not rush. Whosoever gets there first, you can always come back for more. Just get 1, 2 sandwiches. The rest will come later. So we're all invited for break, and we should be back to start the following session at 10:45. Is that okay? So can we be here at 10:45? If you're still enjoying your coffee, you'll hear my voice. Definitely will be starting the session. Thank you very much. And thank you, Excellency, for joining. Dear colleagues, we can start. We've actually given ourselves, I tried to be lenient, 5 more minutes to have tea. Our next session is going to be looking at the relevance of the youth and in climate finance or the climate space. Is there any opportunity for the youth in our discussions from yesterday? How can we help the youth? Who are the youth? What intentions and visions do they have? We have our moderator, Babes Melane. Lengdamcela anyuke tengenhla. And we have our presenters and panelists ready as well, save for one. So, Shone, good. Sengumemetile Smelane. Sesmele wena. So he will take us through the session. Utati introduce ati thule kuthu school party sakuphi. Niyayibona i-youth iphetheleni youth. Utati thula and then invite the presenters and the panelists. So figure like 35.
Good morning, everyone. I have light issues. My name is Dumsani Smelani. I come from, I also have height issues. PS. Okay. So, that is too bright. Okay. My name is Dumsani Simelani. I come from the Eswatini National Youth Council. Climate change in So the country doesn't need to worry about resources. I am the head of programs, and I'm excited to be here because PS, allow me to just say that I realize and note that your wisdom is leading you to the right direction where you have to save the best for last. So we're now going to be engaging on how we're bringing in young people to the conversation. Because at the end of the day, we want to see next steps. After here, then what? We know that young people constitute 79% of the total population, which is young people between the ages 35 and below. And now that is a very significantly huge bulge. And as you know that as per the demographic dividend, the window of opportunity is open, and that is what we want to harness. We're seeing great opportunities within the sector, and hence the conversation that we have today. Without further ado, I will call upon the CEO from RSTP to give us a brief presentation, and then we'll call upon our panel to join us in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngimi youth. But let me declare ukuthi kulo mnyaka lo Tabo hayi ngiyayivala ngiyaphuma ku youth nami don't join. Libito lami nginguSimanga Dlamini. I'm the business advisory officer coming from the Royal Science and Technology Park Business Incubator. I'm standing in for the CEO. So tikatfulo tamlamuhla tingulu. And it's an honor for me to share a stage as a youth and as a junior officer, ngizokhuluma nebantfu labaphatsi bami. So lamuhla, please allow me. No, yes, ukuthi nami ngibe ngumphathi, so that you can have a conversation, because this is a Indaba. We are here to talk. So I'll be brief about the presentation. Lamuhla ngisamono ukuthi ngitokwenza a presentation on the role of youth and communities in climate finance. Maybe nangasho nje ukuthi when this concept note was firstly presented to me and my colleagues, we thought we knew about climate change. We thought we knew about climate action. We thought we knew about climate initiatives and climate benefits. But we only, we are here to learn. From yesterday, and at my own personal capacity, I'll be very brief with presentation, because my main objective to come to this Indaba is for me to learn and take the learnings to the entrepreneurs or the startups or the innovators of Eswatini to leverage from this information. Maybe without wasting more time, I would like to say more about RSTP. With the RSTP in my business units, lang 5. So there's a national data center, there's the special economic zone, there's the advanced school of IT, of which now Konakoli Youth. We have the national contact center and the business incubator of Next slide, please. So the objective of the business incubator is to help innovative enterprises to survive and grow through the early stages of business development to become bankable and competitive businesses. So that's our vision, that's our goal as a business incubator. So yeah, you can go to the next slide, please. Our priority sectors are not limited to solutions or innovators that we incubate are under these priority sectors. We have innovators under the ICT, Information, Communications and Technology, and Financial Technology initiatives. They solve problems in education, health, marketing, and there's a whole lot more. And we have biotechnology and indigenous knowledge systems. Those are pharmaceuticals, cosmetic solutions, and any other. And then we also have innovations under agriculture and food, of which some of them, they provide value chain added agriculture solutions. And also we have climate and environment as a priority sector, of which we have startups who have interventions in waste management, e-waste management, biosolutions, and many other. And also, that is innovative, is welcome to come to us and explore our services, of which they are in our next slide. So our services, our services that we provide in order for us to reach our objective, is to help the enterprises to grow through the early stages of business development to become bankable and competitive businesses. So we offer business facilitation. I'm sure maybe some of the panelists who are going to come here are going to touch base more on maybe of what we provide as well. We do company registration services or business compliance documents, if I may say. We offer them co-working space. We offer capacity building and access to networks. Those are trainings in business development. We can incorporate the issues of today, because one of our priority sectors that we offer is climate and environment, and it emerged through our partnership with the United Nations Development Program. We partnered with UNDP And most of our priority sectors, leswabonako la bekangekho in place, but with the partnership of the UN, we got the direction on how to be impactful towards solving ema challenges that that the nation is facing through innovation. So UNDP nje angathi uthi bamshayile kangakudanja, but let us please give UNDP a round of applause. With the help of UNDP, we are able to fund 39 innovative startups cutting across in all priority sectors with an amount of 135,000 emalanga, and as a seed capital. Akusiyo i-loan ukuthi fanele bayibuyise. So it's an ongoing project. It's an ongoing project that we are still reporting on. So Nati, as RSTP, this is how we take part we take part in initiating some of these activities, like Zingega Endege, in curbing the challenges less now, the climate challenges less now, or green problems that we have. Maybe if I may continue to another slide, so maybe Nyaloke, I will be plotting out the roles of youth and communities in climate finance. Maybe intervention yekala lengayisho, maybe youth should create green stewardships, because I am aware that there's a youth parliament emerged. There's a corner of which is the right direction to information which channels is our tumela corner. So through a youth parliament, they need to create a climate and environment portfolio, of which Labatokona Connectionisha global trends or opportunities or problems that needs to be solved with regards to the innovation. And also having community representatives in different regions, universities and schools. I think youth should be well represented with youth parliament, so that everyone should not be left out. And capacity building for the representatives, more about climate and environment initiatives, and also capacity building for youth in communities and schools about opportunities in climate financing, because nasingafika nje kibo sibatshele nge-climate financing bangayadi nalo ukuthi yini and other opportunities. Maybe some of them, they do not take part in these activities just because maybe abayiboni i-value kiyo. I think one of the other issues now of youth not taking part in green initiatives. There's a bonile for us. I think, as I've said, we are here to learn. There are so many things that we have learned. Let me declare again, we have disqualified some of the innovative enterprises under the under climate and environment, the green solutions, because of the sustainability of their businesses. So we've been looking at the other side of interventions, not looking at the environmental part of it. So I was talking to my colleague just before the break that we need to go back and do more interventions on how to get back those rejected applications, not those who were disqualified because they were not sustainable enough to be businesses. So one of the challenges we have under the climate and environment is the sustainability, because we want to create sustainable businesses that will contribute to job creation. But let me make for an example. We had one startup who was disqualified. They said they were going to produce natural gas using food waste. So at RSTP, before we incubate or we admit startups, there's a selection committee in place, of which it constitutes of different industry experts and business people from around Eswatini. So they are the ones who advise whether we should incubate or not incubate through the pitching sessions. So one company was advised that they should go back and revisit their sustainability or revisit their business model, because the selection committee was not sure of whether they are going to get enough waste to produce whatever the product they are going to produce. So I think with the issues when we are solving green or climate and environment solutions, there's a problem of sustainability, of which it was answered today. There were from our previous presentations and panelists. As I said, I'm here to learn. I heard more about the ESGs, and I think it's my first time hearing about the ESGs and having a conversation at of this magnitude. So thank you so much to SNG and the ministry for making this happen. So some of us are here to learn, and we are determined that the future will be bright. And I would like to take more highlights from the previous presenters. One highlight I have said I've taken, and it's very painful, is youth unemployment is on the rise, and as we speak here, it's happening. It's moving forward. So also businesses should be built for a purpose, and it's not always for profit. And also, they also encouraged everyone and companies to incorporate ESG initiatives to change the world for the people. So those 3 points, to me, they are life-changing, because it changed my perspective on my perspective on climate change and climate actions or climate initiatives that we can really dig deep in order for us to help these innovative enterprises, because it's not like we do have a lot of them. The thing is, some of them have been maybe neglected because of maybe some of the regulations, because there are some who labafuna some interventions, but they cannot, because they tell us that some regulations that do not allow them to take part in those initiatives. So, and another point, youth that should take the role in climate finance is taking advantage of opportunities. From time to time at the Royal Science and Technology Park, we call for applications for innovative solutions. Here, it was mainly focusing on significant problem or helping mitigate the effects of COVID-19. This call for applications was called in 2024. From time to time, we do partner with industry. Like the Lana Jagule initiative, we had partnered with UNDP the most. They wanted initiatives from the innovators, Langa Solver, or mitigate the effects of COVID-19. We have also partnered with the UNDP. They wanted innovative solutions that could solve the sustainable development goals. We have also partnered with MTN, who wanted innovative solutions to solve the financial technology solutions. So from time to time, we do partner with industry with a specific problem. So we also encourage youth, or Maspuma, we should encourage you to take advantage of these opportunities. Next slide, please. And also another advantage. Oh, sorry. The previous one. Thank you. Oh, also, this is another initiative. It was on the socials. I think it is ill on Nanyalo. Some of youth, they always say there are no opportunities for them, or they are being neglected, or what. But some of these opportunities are presented to them. Like I was looking at this one. If maybe I was not a busy person, I was going to apply for this initiative, because there's a lot that I should get as a young person from interacting with other young minds from around Africa. So by me saying that is encouraging youth to take more initiatives by government, by private companies, or any initiative that has to do with youth should be taken into consideration. And also another role, another key component of the communities and youth is capacity building. Capacity building, youth and community education is an effective tool to rope in unaware individuals and community members with regards to climate initiatives. And also they must be teachable and coachable. I work with youth most of the times. So you find people who are not teachable and coachable, but who have very great business ideas. Because they cannot take laba advice for them to move forward. And also another key component is advocacy through the youth parliament, speaking more on different platforms and setups about the advantages of going green and creating green solutions, cutting across all different sectors. That's another initiative, and another one is next slide, please. Another one is advocating for policies and regulations. The youth of Eswatini should advocate for policy change where needed be for their innovative solutions to be commercially viable. I think I applaud the government of Eswatini by allowing the youth to have a parliament. So by them, they're allowed to have a say, because they are the ones who come up with new things, with new innovations, new ways of living. So if ever they are being deprived to talk about more opportunities, so the future will die. And also another intervention is creating sustainable solutions. I think I've touched based on this one. One of the challenges faced by some of the green solutions innovators is sustainability of their interventions. So they need to be, whenever they create, and I think I have learned, it's not all about profitability. Sometimes it's about the impact. It's about the ESG's initiative that the startups or that innovator is doing. So that also can be counted as an effect, of which is very paramount to the environment. And also, I was also thinking about the roles that the youth and communities could take, but I was thinking to myself, what could be done to help? Because we're always saying youth should do this, they should do that, they should do this, but we also have a responsibility to play in order for this initiative to move forward. So number one, I think maybe I'm going to be very brief in this one, and maybe my panelists will add more of what I've just said. Number one is foster collaborations. I've touched base on this one, that with the industry, foster collaboration with industries and government to help and get bottlenecks or challenges or problems for us to address real problems when calling for applications. I'm speaking on behalf of the RSTP Business Incubator and other role players in the development of youth. And also foster collaborations with relevant key players in the green space for information sharing about global trends and opportunities. As well, when I go back to the startups that we have, I think we need to sit down with my colleagues and speak about what we're speaking about here today, and revisit our business incubator processes and policies and a whole lot more, because us receiving this kind of information will change the whole scope of everything. And also what could be done to help is create capacity building programs which will address the know-how activities on accessing climate financing entrepreneurship and financial projections. Those are business development skills, and also creating capacity building programs with regards to regulatory standards. Because with this, whenever we're dealing with climate issues or sustainability issues or issues of waste management, there's also an issue of regulatory standards. Also is also to create advocacy program which will address matters of climate and environment in different platforms, and have communities, have a communication strategy to reach out to the youth in our ecosystem. Because one of the reasons why most of the youth do not partake in such initiative, as I've said before, some they do not have enough information. I know we cannot have everything in one day, but the interventions that we do on a daily basis will help us get to where we want to be. And also the last one, maybe, is to create market access support for green solutions, locally, regional, and international. Because one of other challenges we have discovered at the business incubator with innovative startups in the green solutions is the scalability of their interventions. Some of them, they cannot maybe take their interventions outside of Eswatini, of which limits their growth of their businesses. So creating a market access for them, regional and internationally, giving them the right information on how to get ready for them for their interventions to be commercially viable, and also increase the number of green solutions exhibitions in any of the climate and environment initiatives from different business support units, youth enterprise, schools, universities, and communities. Excuse me. So market access support is one of the services that we offer in order for us to create an enabling environment for the startups. So we create market access support through different interventions. One of them is exhibitions. If ever we knew about this kind of event a little bit earlier, we could have organized several entrepreneurs with innovative solutions in the climate and environment to exhibit for us to appreciate that whatsoever that we're talking about here is being taken action to. So we could also do that in order to fast track and also to fast track this initiative of climate and environment. So having said that, I would like to thank SNGT for the opportunity, and the government and all the role players for this event to come through. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for him, please. Do we know what a round of applause is, if I may ask? If I may ask, with all due respect. Well, I realize that I may be asking for too much from you. You're still not giving me a round of applause, but it's okay. I'd never ask for you to keep clapping, but it's okay. It's fine. We will teach each other what a round of applause is. At this point in time, may I request for my honorable panel to take the podium so that we begin the conversation. Magapurum Director, gune phenomenons lang 7. Good development agenda of young people. But there are very two critical ones when you speak about young people. Number one, high expectations. The second one, immediate results. When you talk about young people and you forget to address and pay close attention to the two, you are very likely to miss the point. So as we delve into the discussion and the conversation, I'd like to draw your attention to the two phenomena that I've just highlighted. Yeah, of the seven. And then, secondly, with all due respect, I'd like to, yes, there's the SPRA CEO there. I'd like to have them throughout the conversation because I will need them. And UNESCO, Dr. Mazibugo, yes, yeah, they're all here. Yeah, with all due respect, my principals, I'd love for you to remain within these realms until we are done, because I will need your input. At this point, we will begin the conversation. My panelists will introduce themselves. We will start from my left-hand side, UPS Umguni, and then we'll move towards the far end, Good Daniel. And then we'll begin the conversation. We want to talk about issues of financing, CEO. Ngidawucela ngawe CEO Msuthu, Youth Fund, CEO. We want to know about issues of financing and programs that are available and the financing model, you know, regarding assisting young people with finance, because now we're talking about climate change and the challenges and the issues, but also, you know, somebody said, when there's a crisis, there's an opportunity, right? Wherever there's a crisis, there's an opportunity. And we want to purposely draw attention towards the opportunities that come with climate change and how we bring in young people, especially regarding the financing model that the Youth Fund has, and what you can actually share with us in terms of how the Youth Fund is assisting young people and where the opportunities may be regarding climate change.
Thank you, Mguni. Maybe first I would like to greet to Mage Bishop Wetfula. Thank you, Mage, for being here. We feel blessed. PS is at Frabakona, and captains of industries, colleagues and friends. I think for me, I'd like to maybe first thank Vusi for inviting us. I know Vusi has got passion for the young people. Those who know him, he's running his own foundation at Sitegi, where he's basically empowering the young people. So I think we need more of these kind of initiatives from all of us to support the youth. In his opening remarks, the moderator indicated, could see the youth is the majority of our population, over 70%. And out of that, we've got 58.2% of unemployed youth. Recently, we did a survey with UNICEF under their your report. I think it's 8,500 if you can register and visit, a lot of information. We've also noted that we are seeing an increase on unemployed graduates between 5 to 10 years. Some of them, they've not even been invited for an interview. So we are in a crisis as a country. It's not only Swaziland. I think you can look at the Southern. It's a global issue and crisis right now. So we are dealing with we are talking about the future of Eswatini. But do we have a future if we are not basically putting our young people at the center of the development? I think that would be my remarks. We are really exposing them to poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We are seeing a growth, we are seeing violence, we are seeing a lot of things happening. I will maybe plead with the organizers of this event to say, let it not be one of the talk shows. I'm expecting policy formulation from here, which will also put our young people at the center of the development in dealing with how do we position them in accessing the funds and in fact directing their energy to economic development, participating in the mainstream of the economy and growth. So bengaqala ngalogo PS would say we will be following up as the Youth Fund. I will be following up with all the players with UNDP. Mine is to just present briefly about the Youth Enterprise Fund. The Youth Enterprise Fund is fully subvented by government since 2009. I think government has made a commitment to the youth. They've continued to support them even if there's a financial crisis. Currently, we are receiving around 30 million per year. 80% of that goes towards the core business in terms of funding the youth. I think let's give the government a round of applause. I would also like to take this opportunity to also mention that we do have private sector. MTN is one of our partners. They've made commitment as well. About 3 years ago, they are continuing to support growth of existing business on youth. So I think we are inviting more partners from the private sector to be part of this initiative. The Youth Fund provides unsecured loans. Please underline unsecured loans because the youth doesn't have any collateral. We do not require any deposit. We've got very minimum loan sizes from 5,000 to 150,000. And then we have got a maximum loan repayment period of 36 months. And in that process, we also provide training, mentorship, and coaching to the youth, where we basically engage our relevant industry partners to support the youth in terms of technical skills, financial management, and business skills for their business to be sustainable. The sustainability part, it is a challenge right now. And Youth Fund does not provide funding for infrastructure. I think that is the problem. I think we are faced with, especially now, with compounded with these climate change challenges. We are seeing basically right now failure in some of the businesses, especially those in the crop production, because of the erratic weather conditions, torrential rains, hailstorms. We're seeing a lot of things happening. I think PS is here. We'll basically talk more on that one. And as a result, most of the businesses, which is the taxpayers funded projects, have failed. We are seeing an increase on that because they are relying on the rainfall, and they do not have protected, we're not doing protected farming, which is maybe on our part is irresponsible lending as part of the ESG. So I think I will get into the issues maybe to try to answer your questions in terms of the financing. From the financing perspective, you can see that our finance is very limited. Hence, therefore, we cannot basically provide infrastructure and protect the young people's businesses as of now. However, we are looking at blended financing instruments, for example, with partnering with some of the development partners. We have also started engaging with some of the commercial banks, though they do not have an appetite because they consider the young people's businesses as high risk. By its nature, we know there is no collateral, no deposit required, and some of the young people, they sometimes, I would say, to fund some of the projects, they just abscond because of other opportunities. We have seen that is a high-risk area. We have basically also engaging with the non-profit making organizations, the NGOs, in looking at blending our finance or the funding with the grant finance to say, let's have a combination of the grant finance to start with, as well as our fund as a seed capital for their growth. We are also looking at some of the investors. I think my colleagues are here, Dube, engaging, looking at to say what will be the impact investors do. Will they have an interest in the youth businesses? So we are seeing to say let's craft maybe a proposal around getting some of these impact investors on board to support and provide financing, especially for infrastructure. And now is the issue is how do we get into the modalities? In fact, because most of the investors would like a secured investment. So I think SA is here, where we've discussed with Margaret Joyce to say maybe we need to start thinking around how do we put up those, maybe strengthen our SA, the exchange, stock exchange, Eswatini Stock Exchange, to ensure that they can have the level of comfort to basically invest through SA because they want protected investment as well. So we are also looking at other countries, what they're doing. I think we do have green growth equity funds, which we are looking at government to say maybe government has to look into those kind of things to say how do we promote those. We are also looking at Acumen Resilient Agriculture Fund. I think the team from UNDP is familiar with those kind of funds which are being deployed in Africa. We are seeing a lot of funding in terms of the resilience of the funds. There are a lot of funds, but I think the bottom line for me, PS, is to challenge government to say, what, instead of maybe looking outside, should we not be looking inward to say, how do we develop our own climate funding, like we have done with MVA, Babemian. We have seen South Africa coming up with the Carbon Tax Act in 2019, where they are also now penalizing those companies or businesses with high emissions and stuff like that. So can we not reinvest those kind of penalties into those funds, which will then support and assist in terms of supporting the young people's businesses and projects? So I think for now, maybe I will stop here. I think I've prepared a lot, but I'll stop here for now, moderator.
Thank you, CEO. And I like where you're coming from when you talk about blended financing. Mnguni, PS, and I want you to come in here. During COVID, we in fact, personally, I realized that when hard times come, it's every man for himself. We realized that the West and Europe prioritized themselves when it came to the whole agenda of COVID. And I began to see the threat of, depending on third-party contributions. We have the Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. That's what we have. And we know that they are collecting revenue from, the petrol levy, right? Laba koleka khona le mali. The people there are the perpetrators of carbon emissions, letimoto. So, I'd like for you to come in, PS, and just share with us what the ministry is doing, because this is much a policy issue as well. So what is the ministry doing in terms of trying to piggyback on that model to say, can we, at long term, have a fund, a climate change levy, charge climate change levy? What is the ministry doing in terms of just speaking to that?
Good morning, or good afternoon, or still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I start by saying all protocols observed. My name is Sydney Simelane. I come from the Ministry of Agriculture. This is a very interesting question, and I was looking at how one could respond so that we get satisfactory answers. Basically, may I start by explaining the model that MVA is using, which is collecting levies from fuel. They are collecting it for a different purpose. But the suggestion that is coming now is that since they are already at it collecting levies, why don't we consider maybe taking part of those levies or increasing the levies just to make sure that we cater for the damage that is done to our climate by the motor vehicles? It's a good concept, it's a good idea, and it can actually work. We need to look at it in a number of ways. One of the reasons I feel like it might work, it is because it is the truth that these vehicles are polluting the environment. There's a lot of carbon monoxide that they produce, and besides that, a lot of other gases or maybe types of pollution. But looking at it from a slightly different perspective, one is tempted to say, maybe let us not say this is a form of punishment. I wish we could explain this in details. Here we are polluting the environment, and I would like to look at it from the accountability position. Somebody has to do something about the pollution of the environment. Somebody has to pay for that. Somebody has to provide the funding for that. So my feeling is that maybe before we do that, we need to do a bit of civic education and train our people and educate them on the impact of these fumes that come from their cars. Then that would somehow be kind of acceptable. To me, I think it should come more like a reward of some sort, that now that you realize we're supposed to sort out environmental issues, so let us join hands together and pay for it. That's my observation. Now, how do we do that? We are looking at a number of ways. Government has a number of pieces of legislation that can be put in place. Some already exist, and this can be done. Now, looking at it from the perspective of the Ministry of Agriculture now, my feeling is that we need to do a bit more than just maybe concentrating on levies. The Ministry of Agriculture has come up with a variety of funds that are available to help farmers in particular. To be specific, we're talking about the Eswatini Agriculture Development Fund that our Honorable Minister will be launching shortly, I think next month. Now, these funds should be made available to our farmers, and these farmers include the young people. The young people that we are so hard trying to entice. I don't know if you remember well during your school days when you had misbehaved at some point in time, and then the punishment would be that you have to go and till your fields in the agriculture space. Now that impression lasted very long in our minds, so that we're thinking agriculture is a form of punishment. It is really difficult to get rid of this kind of thinking, because the young people will only come to us for assistance if there is no other alternative as a last resort. So if they see that, okay, I've tried this and that and it doesn't work, then let me approach the Minister of Agriculture. And you can guess what happens after that. As soon as they face problems with the project that they are working on, they drop it and they move on. And if there are other opportunities that happen to arise along the way, they will definitely drop those projects and move on with these opportunities. So those are the kinds of things that I think we need to understand. In addition to that, the Ministry of Agriculture, in terms of providing maybe funding and assisting in funding, we realize that solving climate change issues is very, very costly. So we are thinking here that what do we do now? One of the biggest challenges that we have faced in terms of climate change is loss of water. That one is a problem. I don't know how we can manage that. It is very sad to realize that of all the water resources that the country has generated, 95% of that water is used for agricultural activity. So we need to do something, because as agriculture, we have an impact on climate issues as well. So what we have decided to do is to invest on a number of options here. We are using climate smart agriculture. We don't necessarily provide full funding for this kind of activity, but we assist those who come to us and say, okay, we have a project here, we want to work on the new technologies in agriculture and see what we can do. We are very much concerned with water conservation and management. So that requires us to change our irrigation systems and see how we can save water. So we're planning on investing on activities such as hydroponics, aquaponics, precision agriculture, and here we want to make sure that the water resources that we use are really minimized. So all these activities require funding. The ministry has looked at the youth in particular, and we have a very big concern. If I may say right now, probably in the first or second week of June, we will be discussing in a similar setup which we are planning, which is a youth engagement in Indaba. We want to try and get them involved in agriculture as much as possible so that the little resources that we have, we can share with them, and we want to see them develop and prosper and come to the full understanding that commercial agriculture can also be very effective as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PS. And remember what I said, the two phenomenons, high expectations, immediate results. So PS, when you talk about youth involvement in agriculture, you know, the first thing that they want to see is, can we see a young millionaire agriculture or farmer millionaire, a young one? That's what triggers young people. If you cannot pinpoint one, they start getting cold feet. But before I go to you, Daniel, Tipelele. And Tipelele is part of the Climate Change Youth Parliament. Are we aware that we have a Youth Climate Change Parliament? Are we? I'm asking the House. Oh, we are? Yeah. So, Tipelele, I want you to share just a little bit about the ecosystem, because, you know, this is a huge machinery that requires all its different elements, you know, to work together so that we achieve a very clear-cut revenue or dividend in terms of youth involvement. So what can you say about the ecosystem? Do we have a reasonable, and I'm not saying here, my expectations are not high, but is our ecosystem at a reasonable level where you think youth involvement is ready to thrive?
All protocol observed. I'm Lukele Dipelele. I'm 22 years old and I'm a final student. I'm a final year student at the University of Eswatini doing agricultural economics and agribusiness management. Well, Babe Mngoni, I would say the progress is slower than the changing climate. There is still more work to be done in preparing the youth with skills and that are aimed at addressing the issue of climate change in the country. Take, for instance, the University of Eswatini, especially Luengo campus, that's where I'm from. We still don't have a program on climate-smart agriculture. Yet agriculture is the backbone of the country. And we, as a country, we're aiming to achieve SDG 1 and 2 by 2030. But there are no programs for the youth to be able to meet those standards. Another higher institution is SCOT. Next in line, we will be talking about sustainable cities. It's got, there are no programs on sustainable cities or roads and green building. Also, the issue of financial institutions, they are still funneling money into environments destroying ventures. That is because green projects come with high upfront costs. Hence, there is an underlying need to incorporate climate change issues in national planning and budgeting. Um, Also, it is worth noting that some of the unemployed youth do have the skills. We do have the business ideas. We do have the projects. But we are being restricted by money. Because that's the main challenge that the youth is facing. So the key to address the high unemployment rate in the country is through increasing capacity to access green financing, research, green skills, and advocacy. We need the right skills, as we have seen bridges being swept away. Otherwise, the government and private sector, we do investments into the economy, and 2 to 3 years down the line, that will be history if the youth, which is the future of the country, does not have the rightful skills. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tipelele, and I must be very direct with you that we have very high expectations of the climate change with Parliament. We definitely have high expectations because, like I said in my earlier deliberation, that this is very much a policy issue. So we want to see and hear those voices from young people, advocating, lobbying for policy enactment, for policy change and legislation enactment, etc., etc. So we want to feel your presence as a climate change with Parliament. And before you come in, again, Daniel, excellent. Can you just share briefly on the opportunities that come with the green economy and how the UNDP has positioned itself to respond to this agenda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Before I say anything else, let me congratulate the organizers for providing this session that deals with the youth. I think this is very important. It is very important to me and the UN as a whole because the youth are not just our future. The youth are actually our present. And that makes me a bit uncomfortable because, as you may see, I'm not a youth. And really, the youth should be here speaking for themselves. So I would like to hope that in the next Indaba, we'll have the youth to speak for themselves because their time is now. A number of us have been in the past, we are in the present, we are trying so hard to be in the future. I think we should give the youth the space. Why do I say so? Because the youth are already leading the way. Let's talk about the digital revolution. Probably I'm not the only one who struggles to even operate the TV remote. Because sometimes I would find that my rich one has changed the channel, maybe to Netflix. And I come back, I want to watch the news. I have no idea how to get to that channel. So I'm just trying to indicate that the youth are very agile. They are so savvy when it comes to new technologies. We can harness this agility of our young people to create awareness, to have influence on the importance of climate change action, the importance of addressing environmental issues, because the youth can use their social media and their social networks to influence each other for this great green transition that we are talking about. So the youth have this ability to raise awareness, to create awareness and to educate us even on new options on green finance, on green products and services. I also believe that the youth are at the cutting edge of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I'm happy to hear about the business incubators. That is a great opportunity for this country to support our youth as they do the business incubation, to think green, to think about the main opportunities for green enterprise, for green products, for green goods and services. I think the presenter did allude to most of the important areas where the youth can have impact. And one of them that was highlighted was about advocacy. Policy advocacy is something that the youth do very well because they can ignore sensitivities, they can be blunt, and they can be very convincing because they understand the space they need. And indeed, green finance has great opportunities for the young people because these are new areas. And for young people, they are good at doing research, and there's a lot of research that young people are doing in our universities because a lot of the degrees that our young people are doing require doing research. And sometimes we tend to ignore the huge volumes of research that our young people do every year. A lot of that can help us in this transition, in dealing with renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture, turning waste into energy, recycling, and so on. All these are opportunities that the young people can actually take the lead in terms of helping us to transition to a more green economy. I think also maybe I should mention that as developing countries, more and more we are also moving away from asking for funding to asking for partnerships on trade. And that's an opportunity that as we talk about partnerships in trade so that we increase our trade volumes, there's a huge opportunity in green products, in green trade. And the youth can take the lead on that. Let me also say that green jobs is really not a threat to employment, but it is an opportunity for a whole new area of jobs which are most suitable for young people in the various sectors of energy, retrofitting buildings, installing solar systems, wind systems, maintaining solar systems, wind systems, repairing solar systems, wind systems, and the whole value chain of green products and services is out there for our young people. I think the core is for us to provide the incentives that young people need. As UNDP, like was indicated in the presentation, we are doing our best to work with the youth. All I can say is to encourage other private sector, other development partners, the government, the communities, the parents, to support our young people to realize this huge potential for green business. I may end here for now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much. Excellent. And Daniel, piggybacking from what Excellent has been saying, I think it is very prudent for me to put it to you that you are responsible for creating awareness, building the capacity of community members so that they are very much aware about the issues of climate change. We have seen in Durban, and I think everybody has witnessed this, we've seen it in Durban, where people are erecting structures in wetlands. And after the disasters happen, houses are wiped away, roads are wiped away, infrastructure is wiped away. So I think this is also something that has to do with information, being knowledgeable, and also to some extent a policy issue also at community level. So please, just briefly, Daniel, just give us a bit of knowledge in terms of what your institution is doing, in terms of building the capacity of community members, because after this whole session, we need to cascade this to grassroots. We need to create awareness. We need to come up with armies and teams that will be positioned to respond to this crisis. So Daniel, can you just share briefly what you're doing in regards to that?
Thank you very much. I would like to I'd like to thank the organizers for putting this together. It's really vital that we are putting our minds into this. I'm Daniel Bushu. I represent Breathe Green Eswatini. It's a non-profit. I'm the sustainability director. The executive director happens to be right there in front of me. She's my wife, by the way. She sends me to do the technical work. So basically we're into raising awareness, information sharing, and so forth, into the climate change, climate action, the environment, and so on. And the previous speakers have really nailed it to the point, and I just want to touch on a few things to make it practical. I'm also, I've been teaching also, primary school, high school, so I engage a lot with young people, and I would consider this as a classroom, if you may. This is going to be a big classroom. You know, we're dealing with youth, so we need to end on a high note. Sometimes we do expect a lot from the government. If we do expect them to improve the curriculum, it's going to take a while. So before the government catches up into the curriculum, into climate change and what needs to be happening, what are we doing in the meantime, into the low-hanging fruits? That's where we are all part of the solution. So I'll start first with the education system. The teachers who are into it, they need to be very creative, very innovative in the way they are going to be teaching this new concept of climate change and so on. They need to be doing lots of research of what's happening out there and bring it into the classrooms. Secondly, we need to push a lot of environmental clubs. That's where young people, still within the schools or the communities, can come together and start discussing these issues. And as they deliberate these issues, they'll start finding what are the issues within their communities that are climate related. Of course, all this it's coached, and we're able to steer them, guide them into the right kind of discussion to have, so that they can identify what are the issues in their communities that pertain to climate change and what are the solutions they can come up with. So when we start giving them those platforms, then they start to think and they start to apply themselves. So, you know, the environmental clubs are very much essential. But also, in terms of social media, it's been spoken, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, TikTok now, and so forth. We need to get green communication into it. And I believe that's where also there is a gap in green communication, where we need to be the role models. Now, one thing that is true about young people, okay, they learn by example. They learn by watching what the businesses are doing, the role models out there. So allow me to be a little bit practical and showing us how we can be part of the solution in teaching the young people, whether it's as a business or at home. I'm going to come to it. So I took the liberty to just grab one water on the table there. Never mind the brand, we're all into this. I grabbed this because it's right in your face. All right, so you can get a hold of it and just try and look if you can find something that speaks of recycling. Of course, some of us who are knowledgeable are going to try and look for a symbol. Okay? You're going to look for a symbol, and perhaps if you understand the symbol, then you know, oh, it could be recycled. But here's another thing. Sometimes it's hard to even find the symbols. This is just another bottle where it could just be hidden down there. It's nowhere seen. Okay? And then maybe you could grab another one. This is just another bottle I got from the store. And it's written at the bottom, this bottle is 100% recyclable. Okay? So it's there. And then you have another bottle here. This one is quite different from the others. This one is saying, made from 100% recycled plastic. Now you may wonder, what is the difference? They're all bottles, they're all water. But it's the value, okay? We want the young people to learn and get into climate action, climate change, and so on. But what are we teaching them? Definitely, with this one, there's not enough communication in terms of green. So it's the value is just in the water that you drink. This one, they tell you that it is recyclable, so actually it can go through the full circular economy. The recycle chain, it can be done. But the difference with this one, it actually tells you it is from plastic that has been from these three here, and it has been recycled. This means it's no more from virgin plastic, but it's from plastic that has been made, and thank you. And this time around, it has been recycled. Now you mentioned, so what is the connection with this and agriculture and climate change? Well, it has a whole lot of things to do. First of all, with this, with the bottles, plastics, from it we get the microplastics, which when you water it, it gets into the soil, changing the soil structure. Now, when you talk about farming, now the soil structure is changed, and definitely you're going to have the roots that are struggling to draw energy, nutrients, and so on. It's affecting farming. Now, you talk about this plastic bottle. Still, they are, for instance, Matsapa Town Council, the landfills are almost reaching the max, and so on. Something needs to be done. So when you talk about greenhouse gases, all this mixed into landfills and so on, creating climate change, going back into the soil farming, still an issue. But you can see these represent our businesses, and you can see this business is doing a lot more effort into sustainability. And I was privileged that yesterday we were with RES, who was sharing their what they are doing in terms of sustainability, and that is voluntary. They are not pushed by legislation, policies, and what. They are taking the step as a business to say, how can we be more sustainable? Now, how does that affect the youth? They are looking at how we are conducting our businesses. And when they come work or intern, or they can see that we are more responsible, more sustainable, that is greening their imaginations. So that when they go back and be entrepreneurial, they can think, oh, well, I've been exposed to so many responsible, sustainable businesses. I think I'm going to start an entrepreneurial initiative in a sustainable manner. Already you have been equipping them with what you are doing. So I'm saying when it comes to education, training, it literally starts with us as businesses to do more sustainable actions and pay attention to the little details within our sustainable framework, so that when the young people see that, they can emulate that, and it gives them an inspiration to do better, because now they have the energy, they have the inspiration, and the whole business ecosystem is facilitating that. They see us leveling up, and they also want to join in the party and level up. The same thing in the agriculture. When they see us using agri-smart technologies and so on, it inspires them. Oh, if they can make it, surely there's a room we can also level up and come into the play. So that's what we are trying to do. And one of the things that we started last year was the Green Adventure Series. It's amazing how when a child grows from 5, 1 year to 5 years old, those are the formative years. And so the child learns a lot with play, isn't it? So a lot of play, they're learning at school songs and so on, so that's awesome. But then when we grow up, well, some of us pick up golf or soccer and so on. It still helps us. But all that helps towards creativity. Because when you can play, you can be in a fun atmosphere, relaxing atmosphere, you can be more innovative. And so we came up with Green Adventure Series, which is just green walks, green runs, come out there, but we use that atmosphere to sensitize in terms of green awareness, climate change awareness, what is happening, what can we do, and so on. But you're learning it in a fun, exciting way. And that's where, again, the corporates can be a part of it. And I do believe that, for instance, these waters, the consumers, that is all of us, we buy it every day. But then we can ask, what are the educational sensitization, responsible sensitization activations do we do out there? Do we do it every day? Or do we do it maybe just once a year or twice a year? But it's being consumed every day. So this means the consumer, even the youth, they are buying this. But what are we telling them? Oh, just drink and then dispose of that. And just maybe to end, I just want to share a bit of wisdom that I learned from my wife's grandmother. And, you know, their wisdom still speaks to climate change. They would use leaves, like in Uganda, matoke, to eat and so on. And when they would finish eating, they would throw the leaves. It goes back into nature and it's biodegradable. But then we're no more eating just with, you know, packaged leaves and so on. We're eating in plates and so on and bottles and so on. And we may tend to throw away. But whatever the grandmother threw away was biodegradable. It helped the environment. But what we throw away, we need to think twice. It's not helping the environment. And even the frequency in which they threw away. As many times they could throw away, it's still helping the environment. But as many times we throw away, it's contributing to the problem. So for us as the business community, we need to pay attention to the products that we're bringing into the market and to ensure that we educate the consumer, we educate the youth. Once you are drinking this, the bottle is still yours, you bought it. Dispose of it accordingly, and then it will go through the circular economy, and then it's going to be recycled and re-enter the economy.
Mbendul, you're the gender guy, you're the gender specialist. We want to know how the office of the Deputy Prime Minister has positioned itself to the response for climate change and for gender inclusion, you know, and involvement, so that we know that all parties respond equally. So may you kindly share.
Thank you very much, moderator, and greetings to the panelists and everyone in the house. So my name is Mpendulo Masubu. I am currently with the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister under the Office of under the Department of Gender and Family Issues. Speaking of climate change, speaking of gender issues, I will also touch more on issue of inclusion, because, you know, we are talking right now, we're talking the subject of youth involvement, but we are probably, you know, looking at the youth just as a homogeneous group, whereas, you know, in fact, you know, youth are diverse and dynamic and different. So climate change impacts people of all genders, people of all ages, people of all abilities, and those who are marginalized and the vulnerable, such as women, such as youth, such as, you know, people with disabilities particularly, are often disproportionately affected. And this is very important because when we are talking now the issues that have been discussed, access to resources, access to opportunities, information dissemination, advocacy, and so on and so forth, we need to also be cognizant that even if you are targeting women with certain information, women have different, you know, demographics, have different needs, have different circumstances. So you need to be very aware of you know, the different details in terms of what, you know, this group of people that you are targeting looks like, who they are, where they are from, what kind of information they consume, and where the different platforms where they get information. Because I'll make a simple example. When you want to target the youth, you will generally think that the youth are found in social media, so you put your information in social media, you're going to get them. And if you have not carefully studied where these young people, particularly, now we are bringing it contextually to Eswatini. You need to understand where young people in Eswatini are, where they usually hang out, where they go, what they do, what they are interested in, so that then you find the niche in terms of how then you can package even that kind of information, which can be then consumable by the different groups. So from the gender, mainstreaming point of view, we come probably with a plan from the national policy, gender mainstreaming policy, and the national action plan of action for gender mainstreaming, to say wherever or whenever you want to approach, it could be a project, could be a program. The planning is as important as the implementation. So the more time you spend in the planning, the more probably success you will have when you want to implement. Because when you plan, the key important issues is to ensure the issue of inclusion. Let's have all the different diverse groups involved at the planning stage. Let's have them participate. Let's have them here. I'll make also another example that we are here. We said this is an Indaba. So this is basically a conversation, a national conversation. But I'm not sure. But I haven't seen people who are differently abled. So probably they don't have a stake in this Indaba. I can go on and on and on, because we can't just speak. Because we may tend to think that probably I know this is a bit technical and so on and so forth, but we have said this is a national Indaba. We want everyone to contribute. We want to have a conversation so that we can all appreciate and understand. Because when we are talking about climate change, what are we talking about? Right now, as we speak, it's cold outside. Probably there's a couple of people, or rather, particularly where we are coming from in our rural areas, there's a lot of people who are already in the bushes right now, cutting down trees, because we need to be warm in Endlin, in Sambama when we come back. So, they don't appreciate and understand, what the importance of planting trees, the importance of not cutting down trees and all of those things. And then here we are talking about, emissions, greenhouse gases and all of those things, which are a bit abstract, from just a normal, lay person on the ground. And that is where now issues of information dissemination, we need to be very intentional in terms of how we package, because we are understanding who we are communicating with, where they are, what kind of information they consume, and in what form. And I'll also make another example. Persons with disability, people who have a hearing impairment, people who have visual impairment. How have we organized ourselves in terms of how do we disseminate that information to them? Are they able to read? Are they able to access that kind of information, which we are all able to read because of the literature that we are exposed to, internet, laptops and everything? But there are other people out there who are also part of this society or part of our community who are not able to probably access all of those different gadgets and these different resources. So those are the kind of thing that we need to take into cognizance as we plan, as we intend to engage and intend to disseminate information. And quite frankly, it is very important, because we don't want this to turn out just to be things that we do just to tick boxes, so that the international community can actually see that we are doing something. But we need to do things deliberately and intentionally, because we are appreciating that we want to change people's lives, because at the end of the day, there's nothing now that we can do about climate change. The only thing that we need to do is about adaptation and mitigation, to some extent. And we know probably issues of mitigation could come at a different or rather exorbitant expenses, but we can try to educate people, and so that we ensure that how then do we adapt? What do we do? What do we do differently? Because I think from time immemorial, when we grew up, we used to know that, I think examples have been made in the previous sessions that, we always know that the best meat to braai is when you braai it with firewood. This thing of braaiing with coal and this thing of braaiing with electricity is not, the thing. But now, we need to understand that, things are changing. We need to conserve the environment and do certain things. But is everyone aware? But does everyone understand and appreciate that? Have we communicated that in a different language that is, understandable to them? In that, taking it even down to the different level and the different, formats for instance, that people can actually understand this kind of information, so that we don't just bombard them with greenhouse gases, emissions, and all of those things, climate justice, and all of those things, because we don't even understand. Even quite frankly, some of us even in this room, we don't appreciate all of the terminologies that are there in this climate space and all of those things. But I think we need then some concerted efforts in terms of trying to break this thing down and make it understandable and make it consumable by the simple lay person, right now, who is not in this platform, who doesn't have access to YouTube to even view what is going on, and we are even speaking in English, so a lot of people are being left out where they are, yet they are here in Eswatini, and we're talking about an Indaba, which is an indigenous language which we should have considered. But nonetheless, so I think just to drive the point home, to say the issue of inclusion, it's a critical and very important at the planning and also at the implementation. It's very important that we take cognizance of the different groups, the different variety of groups in society, because we know our society is different groups, a variety of groups, and we need to be cognizant of that. And also the different vulnerabilities that they exist, because people have different coping capacities and different coping mechanisms for different things that have been brought by climate change, and therefore we need to be also cognizant of all of those things. And I think issues of research, we really need to pay attention and invest in research and trying to understand and trying to also see how possible ways in which how we can educate and inform and share knowledge to all the different groups, and particularly the young people, as we have said, they are the present and probably the future. So I think in a nutshell that's probably what I can share. Thank you very much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mbendule, and a round of applause for the panels. I think we have had we've had very good presentations from our panelists. I may want to throw it to the floor. I know that we still have the SPRA CEO. We'll come back to that, and Dr. Mazibuko, but can I just throw it to the floor? Quick questions, clarifications. Do we have another microphone? Could we have another microphone that can move around? Yeah, yeah, so we have how many questions? 1, 2, 3. We only take, yeah, Daniel, your wife is going to be an exception. We'll take 1, 2, 3 because you've already spoken. So we'll take 1, 2, 3. My apologies, Director. We'll take 1, 2, 3 questions. Yes. Starting from there.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is just a response to the youth perception that there is no policy that is addressing climate change issues in the country. Yesterday, we spoke about the National Development Plan. It has a full chapter, that is chapter 2, which speaks to greening our economy so that, firstly, our economy needs to recover from the current situation, but then we also need to build towards sustainability and resilience of all the production processes that we do, be it in the private or public sector. From a central government point of view, climate change is viewed as a cross-cutting issue. And that means we all have a shared responsibility to do something that we build, we incorporate mitigation, adaptation, and most importantly, disaster management. These three are interlinked. We will all recall what happened in 2020. The whole world was struck by COVID-19. It was a health issue, but it brought the whole world into a standstill. And there are many lessons we we drew from those experiences, and we learned what were the best way to cope. And as we move forward with the National Development Agenda, it would be very unfortunate if we will choose to put aside all the good lessons we learned from COVID-19 and go back many years ago to the old way we used to do things. We need to move forward and build a resilience to all our development activities. And it is a shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for that reaction, and I think you're taking note, Dipelele, because, like I said, this is very much a policy issue, so the Climate Change Youth Parliament needs to take note. We will be expecting, we have high expectations. The second one was somewhere, or the bishop here. We had the bishop here, and then the third one was at the back.
Thank you so much, Program Director and the panelists. Maybe I'll begin with the presenter. Thank you so much for the information. One simple question is, I'm coming from religious entities, and we just want to know what role are you playing Kuma religious entities, especially because we attract a lot of young people. Have you tapped into that environment? If not, when are you going to begin? Because young people are there, and there's more that could be done with them. Then secondly, do you have satellites in the country whereby you are able to reach to young people in the rural areas? Because as one of the speakers has articulated, it is often an assumption that all young people, are educated, they have got access to internet, yet it is not the case, especially with the situation in the country. Then maybe to come to youth enterprise. Thank you so much for the information. My concern is, what then happens if the young person is not able to repay the loan? Does it not affect the other young people that are around maybe that community or that area? Then the fourth one, it's UPS. It's just to look at the different models. I know that it may not be your portfolio, but maybe speaking with the Ministry of Education, what models can we copy from other countries that can assist our young people, especially if you look at countries like Mozambique. When we talk Mozambique, a Mozambican can adapt in any situation because of the type of education that they received and the models that have been introduced to them in an earlier stage. We have highlighted that some of these young people, immediately there's a problem, they run away. And I don't want to believe it is because they want to run away, but it is the adaptation. And lastly, maybe it is also to request that we also incorporate in our education system, tertiary education, those who are living with disabilities. Because I think it is a huge gap in society, especially in Swaziland. People who are living with disabilities are left out. Most of them, they can't even access a higher institution of learning because of many other things that are there. I was in another forum where one of them was saying they can't even be accessed at MITC because one of the infrastructure, two, the high level, of what is expected of them. Some of them cannot reach Form 5 or Form 3, but they're capable of doing things. So maybe as government and as private sectors, we also need to think about that and say, how then can we contribute to their livelihood? Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. And we'll definitely ask the religious sector to pray for this situation to come to an end. The third one at the back.
Thank you, moderator. speaking is Thokozani Nkambule. I'm coming from Lidwala Insurance. I really appreciate the discussions around this room. I would have prayed that there were more private sector players in the house just to make sure that there's a balance in terms of the Indaba discussions. Why am I saying that? It's because following up from what my previous speaker over there just mentioned, she said there's policy, but there's so many policies that are white elephants because there's an assumption that the people that the policies are meant for understand the policies. But in terms of having proper road shows, education forums, or information sessions to make sure that the people that are meant to use this are accustomed to such, know this, those opportunities seldomly happen. Let me come to my issue here. On the issue of empowering young people, I do believe that while we empower and advocate for the youth to actively participate in the green economy and the ESGs, it's important for us to think of how we mitigate the volatility risk that comes with them being agile. Because agility has a positive and a negative to it. There's a gap that exists within the business space where you find that there's so much innovation that comes with young people, but it's so much disconnected with prevailing business norms. Because like any other institution, institutional memory is very important, because if you want to talk about sustainability, learning from other people's mistakes, it doesn't matter how innovative you can be. But in terms of sustainability factors, it's important to have a coordination. So it's of concern just to understand what plans are there to mitigate the volatility risk that comes with so much innovation, because like I think Umsuthu mentioned, young people are very good in starting things, but in terms of sustaining to the end, they easily lose interest or appetite. If they touch on something, it doesn't work, they hop to the next thing. So it's a risk that we must be awake to. Secondly, if innovation is poorly implemented, it has a potential of eroding business equity, such that it eventually makes the cost of running business, not only for that particular person, even as a country and globally, become expensive. I'll just allude to some of the issues that maybe Mr. Bush spoke about of environmental hazards that happen. If you look at how the cyclones have affected countries like South Africa and Mozambique, I'm in the insurance space. So what the Lloyd's market has done as a result of those irresponsible behaviors we've had over the past, they've redefined their wording in terms of certain risks they can take or not take, such that there are some risks that were predominantly covered under insurance as acts of God. But after those events, they are no longer covered, which then means there is more cost into running business as a result of innovation, because business, truth be told, is driven or it's cemented around capitalism. Capitalism has in the core greed, which really focuses on what do I get out of this. So at the end of the day, let us be cognizant of the fact that to have a balanced approach to this whole greening and sustainability, all players must have an equal input, because for an investor, at the end of the day, I want value. Much as the dollar commitment can be made, what's in it for me? And if we talk about your Bill Gates is seen to be a philanthropist, but what's the percentage of what he puts back compared to what he gains, compared to what he makes? So let us just be alive to those things. Much as it's nice to be trending and moving, are we ready as a country to go green?
Thank you, CEO, and we appreciate your presence, Bishop, because the CEO has just made a confession as a capitalist. So, just shoot like a politician. Just shoot like a politician.
Yeah, uyangicima lo mfana. Bekungathi ngicale ngako ukuthi I feel honored. I spoke after my bishop, the Right Reverend Dr. Dalzil Dlamini. She's my mother in the faith. So I spoke after her. That's why nami ngisasekhuluma ngisacetha umlo mdala okhulumile.
I realize. You had to make it clean. We're going to have the last hand at the back there. And unfortunately, and I'm sorry that I have to try and cut you people short. It's beginning to really heat up and we're feeling the momentum, but time constraints. The last question or reaction from the back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mnguni. My question here is that we have a challenge as a country, not as a country, but as a region, Southern Africa. If South Africa, our neighbor here, is currently having load shedding, what are we doing for ourselves in readiness for the same catastrophe as a country? Instead of being ready to go green, we are ready to revert back to cooking with firewood, thus contributing to the carbon emissions. The youth, I don't think they should actually be coming up with something. How are we going to be able to prepare our meals using the green energy? But instead, we should be asking ourselves, how are we going to do that? And then based on Mnguni Lapa Youth Enterprise Fund, what products and services are you introducing to the youth to finance for the youth that are green, that are going to help us as a country to go green? Because like right now, if we have firewood, if we don't have electricity today for 10 hours, because that's what in South Africa is happening, what do you do? Instead of you looking for something that is green, you go and get the nearest is firewood. What are you doing? You are producing carbon emissions, you are contributing to the grayness of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope the very last, next to the bishop here, we have another reaction next to the bishop. But we must be cognizant to the fact that this subject is very capital intensive. Very, very extremely capital intensive. So we will need all the money as a CEO. We'll need all the money. Can we have a reaction here?
Thank you very much. Very briefly, a lot of these points have been touched on in the discussion. It's extremely broad and stimulating, but three quick points from me. I mean, I love the reference to greening our imaginations. I think that's fantastic. Because yes, it requires a capitalist model to produce investment that will address these issues, but if we don't have the imagination to look beyond the next quarter's results, we won't do it. In order to green those imaginations, we need to look at the education system. It needs to stimulate creativity, innovation, and encourage people to challenge orthodoxy. And that is itself a challenge to society. But we need to encourage our younger people to do that. And if the education system and the syllabus and curriculum is not doing that, it is not fulfilling its most basic function. Because we don't need our learners to learn for exams. We need to equip them with skills for life. And there's been discussion about, tertiary education is of course hugely important, but if the vast majority of the population don't complete secondary school, that's kind of a non-starter. So what about vocational and technical training, not only in the agricultural space or in the agri-tech space, but in the entire value chain that agriculture depends on and also creates opportunities in. So the distribution, the processing, the packaging, all of those are economic activities which also can and should be done in a green way and will create job opportunities. But any entrepreneur needs access to capital. And I'm in the very fortunate position, of course, given my role, of being able to kind of point out the elephant in the room. Land ownership, or rather non-land ownership, is a huge barrier to the acquisition of, or to the use of land as collateral to raise capital. So given there are many people in this room, I'm sure, who are financial experts, I was once a stockbroker, but that was 30 years ago. So there's a lot of creativity in this space. Where are those financial instruments that can enable people to use SNL as collateral? That would release, without challenging the custom and traditional arrangements around the allocation of SNL and the ultimate ownership of it, there must be some relatively simple ways of releasing capital from that in such a way that actually the economy could grow, jobs can be created, and we can address this challenge together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that reaction, and it's for the very same reason that I believe that this program needs to go to the regions. We need to cascade this back to the regions. We need to have the same conversation at regional level. You know, OPPS. How much time are you giving us, PS? Oh, PS. We have come to the end of this conversation, unfortunately, due to time constraints. We were very much hopeful that we would have another extra day or two, as per the PS's recommendation yesterday, that she was going to actually give us a bit of time tomorrow. But unfortunately, I'm not sure what changed her mind, but we want to applaud our panelists. A round of applause. Thank you so much, our panelists, for sharing your insights and your expertise, and just giving us your wisdom in terms of how you are preparing and shaping yourselves to respond to the climate change issues and crises. We are so much hopeful, PS, that this conversation is going to continue, because we need significant youth involvement as well. We need those dissenting voices. We want to hear how and what young people are thinking and positioning themselves in terms of responding, because we know that there's a lot that's going on in terms of setting up waste management companies, trying to respond to the same subject. But of course, the challenge is always going to be access to finance and or refinancing. So we are very grateful for this opportunity, and we are definitely going to mainstream this, because also one of the takeaways here is mainstreaming this back into our programs, so that we're able to pull young people for them to move up to speed in terms of responding to this program. So thank you, panelists. Sending a khululeka bekunene. PS, I am not sure. Besingaka respond kulamanye taliti lemibuto beyikhona landlini. Ngiko bengicela nje 5 minutes inkosi yami Mshengu ba manage ba respond, because there were questions that were raised in the house. Nasingabaniketa nje, there was one for youth fund, there was one for RSTP, there was one for PS agriculture. 5 minutes inkosi yami PS wamlenge mhlonipha.
Let me be innovative. Can I request that we have the regulator coming up, because maybe I'm making a wrong assumption, but I'm sure if I am correct, all the questions will be answered in this innovation. So Youth Ningang Co-opt, you can be released. Thank you very much, team. Thank you. The thinking is that if we can just, do we know what the stock exchange is? We've been talking stock exchange, raising green bonds for the past 2 days. Do we really have an understanding of what it is? Angang Pendvuli, FSRA and Central Bank and Ministry of something. Am I not making a wrong assumption that we don't really understand? Huh? Okay. If that is the case, it means your facilitator was really listening. Because I want us to then, after this, develop a clear way forward that will talk to each one of us, and we can all make meaningful suggestions. Ndawucela regulator FSRA. Etenjelangimbila tositshela in simple terms. Kutsi stock exchange in 101. No complexities. Stella nje stock exchange 101. Kutsi yini, what is raising a bond? How do you go about raising the green bond? What needs to happen? Briefly. Ngimnikete 10 minutes. And then kulo 10 minutes, ngabeseke sengibona ukuthi akaphendvuli ukuthi what's the role of the youth. Lama policies lokuthiwa hlele emadeskini. Are they really sitting in the drawers? Noma it's because we don't know. Noma vele who are we in this house? Dear colleague of mine, this is a private sector driven initiative. The only government person you're seeing today is me. And PS who was presenting, but he's... No, I'm not lying. Can you please give him the assurance that this is a private sector driven initiative? 80% of the participants here are government. Don't look at the director. She's part of me because that's my support staff. On ngicaba kahulumende basukume. Lo sebenza kahulumende asukume. Ngicela ke kube sesengiyanicocela ukuthi bobani ndo understand. Lana we have laba lebe ba presenter namuhla, which is the gender perspective from the DPM's office, Hlalan Pass. They were in the program based on invitation. Then here you have my environmentalists and climatologists and meteorologists. These are the people that had the drivers of the program that were about for the past 2 days. I don't know anything. I just take the glory. My name is Glory, by the way. And so true. My middle name is Glory. They do the work, I take the glory. But these are the engines of what we are about. When we talk climate change in Eswatini, when we talk the weather, when we talk anything, these are the people. Then we have our rep from the Ministry of Natural Resources. Ngoba you are part of us. He's representing Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. Because there is no life without water. And we are looking at energy efficiency and all other mechanisms lakhona in dealing with climate change issues. Then we have our funders. These ones are actually keeping track. Gutsi, I'm not taking the work that is not assigned to me. There's economic planning, there's finance. They are here to monitor Loguti, what we say, what the regulator says, what I say, how we respond, it conforms to the government program. So everybody else is from the private sector. And the whole purpose of today's session was just to start the conversation, to say, pull out all those documents and let us know about them. And then we start working. So there's nothing wrong. If they were on the shelves, we promise we'll take them out and implement together. So this is private sector driven, and that is why I'm saying less. Otherwise, ngabe khuluma mina from yesterday. Stock exchange. Over to you. Seniyangethemba nyalo.
Madam PS, thank you, Program Director. Greetings again today. I'll just use as a discussion point the essay as a financing platform. We did have a session yesterday on green finance, and we tried to do some justice, but it wasn't enough. We thank the Program Director for the time again just to close the gaps. There are a lot of my colleagues here from the essay and my associates. I introduced them yesterday as the Market Committee. I would request briefly that they come to the stage. Where is the stockbroker? Ranga. He operates behind the scenes. And as a politician, I thought he should come up today to compare and less complex terms. I will invite Mr. Nhlanhla Mtsetwa. Oh, he's just, who is he? From the central bank. He'll also just try to provide some perspective on the issuer side. And our transfer secretaries, he's not the auditor today. He keeps the back office machinery in terms of the trades that we conduct on a daily basis and ensure that ownership is neat. So very simple and very easy to define the stock exchange. It is just a market where you find your onions and your potatoes and your cabbages. So before we go to the more sophisticated exchange-traded funds, which will be your caviar and your strawberries, we need to ensure that you get out of your house, you find onions. Now, the current setting that we have, I said yesterday the exchange is a 30-something-year-old baby because we haven't had yet the trigger and the push to ensure that we now have red onions. Oh, Joyce, please come up. And she's green. Nice touch. She always wants, come this side, she always wants the caviar, want to trade on the phone and all that, but the shelves are empty, there is no red onion yet. So the red cabbages, they come and mix in with the conventional cabbages. So that's the simplest analogy that I can come up with. Now, there's been also reference to banks and their participation in this platform. Traditionally, we know that you raise finance from banks. And as an exchange, we say we want to be an alternate financing platform. So I'm not sure if the banks really like us that much. But they were here yesterday, the Banking Association represented by their chairperson, Ms. Mbali Sibanyoni. So they are also part of the conversation. But in terms of us shifting more, deepening the market and ensuring that there are choices for corporates and institutional investors to place their funds and garner more return and diversify their investments, it is an easier platform. The incentive schemes that we're talking about with the ARS to ensure that we prop up the platform, it's all intended to make the exchange a desired platform as an alternative finance mechanism or platform. So very quickly, let's see if you interact with the market, you syndicate, you raise. We talk of IPOs, which are initial public offerings, bringing securities to the market. What's your take on where we are at this point as Eswatini?
Thank you, CE, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come and talk about the exchange. I think, hello? Yeah.
Yes, right.
I think when you look at the Eswatini Stock Exchange, it's obviously traveled a very interesting journey. It was set up 30 years ago, and for a long time, I think it was just seen maybe as just a side developmental kind of project of trying to catch up with the rest of Africa and the region. But, you know, with time, if you look at all exchanges, they are a vital tool for any economy to grow in the sense that they provide access to different forms of capital. Remember, in any business, your biggest issue if you're running a business is your cost of capital. So if you can always get a good cost of capital, it means that your profit margins are increased. And that is the role of a stock exchange. That's why you find that you look at Africa, our biggest economy is South Africa. And coincidentally, they have the biggest stock exchange, because whenever a company is looking at raising money, they look at various forms of capital. Stock market plays a crucial role in that. Now, the stock market obviously provides a platform where there is a win-win for both companies and investors, meaning that for a lot of investors who are out there and you have your funds and you just want to invest in a secure investment and earn capital gains and earn good interest, you can either invest in equity or in bonds. Now, I think the turning point for ESE really came last year, thanks to the efforts of our CE and his team, in the sense that we finally automated our stock market. What does that mean? It means we are now trading electronic. It means someone in America with an Africa-focused fund can look at securities on the Eswatini Stock Exchange because we are now electronic. What the ATS means for our market is that our market is much more transparent. There is what we call price discovery. Price discovery is a bidding process where everyone sees that there are these shares on the market and everyone can bid for those shares. And from then onwards, when you start a bidding process, that's why you see at an auction, people get to an auction and say, we want to sell our CE. Who's got the highest bid? And people start bidding up the prices. And then we have what we call price discovery, which means investors are now making money. And then obviously financial inclusion. Markets are all about financial inclusion. Everyone needs to be able to participate so that everyone can put up their bid and people make returns. So the automation of the exchange really transformed our market because it was a manual process. And the manual process, no one really knows. You are trading what we call over the counter. So if I've got shares, I'll just go to Vusi and say I've got these shares. But maybe there are other buyers in there who can offer a good price for those shares. And the investors actually earn a good return. So you'll notice that with the automation, I think we've reached a very significant position where we can now attract foreign investors direct. Not foreign investors going through South Africa, then coming here. No, we can attract foreign investors to directly invest in our government bonds here. They are actually funds, big international funds that invest in what we call emerging markets, where Swaziland is part of. They invest in government bonds, they invest in equity, and their participation in that investment creates what we call price discovery, because they will come and either bid up these bonds or bid up these shares so that they can get a slice of the cake. So I think CE, we from a market perspective, and thanks very much to your effort, we are now at a stage where we can list these government bonds, we can list these green bonds, we can list almost anything and market these instruments to the right investors. And the bulk of the key investors that participate or who drive African markets are foreign investors from the US, from the UK, and from those markets. So I think with this, I hope I've just given things in a nutshell. And just to give confidence that Eswatini is more than ready. There is a lot of appetite, that's the truth. There is a lot of appetite from foreign investors to come and participate in instruments on our market, to be seen to also be promoting Eswatini at that level. Thank you.
Thank you, Raka. Mr. Nkabinze, from your perspective on the administrative side of trading, we've got primary and secondary trading. The trade initiates and then someone wants to let off their holdings. A challenge and a problem that we've seen with our market is that it is not that liquid. So you find people want to bid and there is no cow to bid for. What would be your take in unlocking secondary market trading in taking into consideration the ATS and also other initiatives that the exchange is considering?
Thanks, CE. I'll start by saying the major problem with our market has always been Let me explain in Swat, or in a very Swazi way. The perception of the public is that shares can only be traded by certain people. It's not open to everyone. And we have, however, lived that perception and make it to be a reality. However, it's not supposed to be like that. Shares needs to be and can be bought and traded by anyone, local, anyone in this country and also abroad. It's what Ranga has been trying to say. The biggest challenge was everything was manual. For me, if I've got shares, to trade those shares, then I look for Nanglanhla and say, Nana shares are Nedbank. Do you want to buy them? Nhlahla will say, Nyati, these shares, ngwabonile pepen, ang 10 rand per share, but mina ndaknika 8 rand. And now because I'm desperate, what will I do? I'll sell ngalo 8 rand. That is the issue of the price discovery. What is happening? We're not really driving the price or the capital gains in local. Rather, we're destroying effectively, we're destroying our economy in our logo. So I think the automation is going to assist us. I have to be careful, so that I don't get quoted out of context. As Swazis, and we have believed certain things are not for us. I had to convince my mother to invest in bonds, naga retire, there's something called a bond, and then what is a bond? And then I explained the concept of a bond. Say, how do I get money of it? And I explained the concept of interest. Then say, oh, now it makes sense. Inkumbi ebanfu, or her age, what did they do? Bahamba balalela labanfu, I will give you 15% per month, and then that's where they put the money. That is where the problem is. See, we are not transparent and we are not visible out there as a stock exchange and also as issuers to say, this is what we are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Shares, bonds, all those things. Mhlovis, very, very briefly. My colleague here used to be a university lecturer, so we had a session with Dr. Wisdom yesterday. So I'm trying to tread carefully, Program Director, very briefly, the products that we have on our exchange and what's your take on their performance. And they've already tried to clear the challenges that we've had on buying and holding, but for the benefit of our audience here, the kind of listings that we have in the exchange.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, everyone. The exchange is 33 years old, and currently we trade only 2 different securities. That is the bonds we're talking about today, and also equities, that is shares. With the automation, we are trying to drive efficiency so that we can also introduce those securities that by their nature cannot be traded on a manual platform. So we have been in engagement with South African companies who have shown interest in coming to cross-list some of their securities on our electronic platform now, where their securities can now be traded. So we want to include electronic traded funds and also electronic traded notes, exchange traded notes and exchange traded funds, and also some other sophisticated or derivative products which include commodities and also global depository receipts. So it's a lot of products that we now want to introduce so that we increase the breadth of our exchange. Because when you talk of an exchange or increasing an exchange, there are just only 2 things that we have to do. That is increase the depth of your market by increasing the companies that are listed on your exchange. And number 2, by increasing the depth, that is increasing the securities or the products that are traded on your platform. So that is what we are doing. And which also bodes well for our new strategy. If, with your attention, CEO, I can just, just enumerate the new exciting strategy that we have just crafted with the assistance of our board. So now we are going to be driving 4 programs under this strategy. That is the efficiency of the exchange, which obviously includes the automation of its platform and the introduction of the new securities on our trading platform. And then we also want to increase the revenue. As everybody has been saying, that the exchange is 33 years old, but it's still at its infancy level, which is not something that we are proud of. I mean, it shouldn't be like that. So we want to increase the revenue of the exchange and also increase the growth of the exchange. And then lastly, it's gonna be the demutualization of the exchange. By demutualizing, I mean increasing the ownership of the exchange. So maybe some of you, it can be a challenge for you to start lining your pockets so that when such an opportunity avails itself, you can be able to be co-owners of the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Just to maybe emphasize or bring some more light, when she says cross listings, it is considered one of the interventions that we can leverage on with sister exchanges in the region. You have a Standard Bank group that is listed in the JSE. Inversely, you can then list the same counter on our exchange, driving on the reputation and the performance of the group entity in the South African market. We are able to also derive some activity in this domestic exchange. So those ones, from a regional perspective, they are so considered quick wins, where you are able to ensure that the disclosures and the profitability of these entities across the borders, you also have an opportunity to tap into. Mr. Mthethwa, you are an all-rounder, being with the central bank and also driving initiatives of the exchange. What would be your foresight as we have started this 8 years journey and renewing ourselves as an exchange? What value can the ordinary investor or institutional investor tap into in terms of, Ranga here has spoken of price discovery, but on a much more distant view in terms of our bond market and bond programs that we have, where can the private sector play?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, program moderator, for the question. Maybe I'll start with the role of the central bank when it comes to the issuance of government paper. So we will know that we have got various market players, which includes government. And government is considered to be a less riskier entity because government has got all the avenues in terms of repaying back her debt, particularly in the local currency, which is owned by the country. So it's unlike a company which can, if it defaults, you'll find that it's written off, whereas government will always be there. And the government will use so many avenues in repaying her tax. They can increase all types of taxes that are available in the market. So government, when they issue paper in the local market, it's a way of assisting any potential investor, particularly those instruments that are being issued of various tenures. They assist any potential investor in pricing their issuances. They look at the price that government is offering, then they add a spread. The spread is as a result of the risk that is inherent to that particular institution. So by issuing a government paper of the various tenures, we are creating a platform of price discovery. So as an agent for government, currently, we are issuing papers up to 10 years. So the reaction of the market when it comes to the issuance of the papers that we issue, it shows the health of the economy, because that's where we are able to see, to construct the yield curve of the economy. Those who have learned either finance or economics, they will know that the yield curve will indicate or show where the economy is going in terms of interest rates, which is the short end of the curve, and also the long end will look at prospects of inflation. Where do you forecast inflation? And if we are not compensated for the extra, for the extra 10 years that you take, that is extended 10 years, then it means it's not a good investment. Because if you defer consumption today, you expect that your consumption in future will be at least worth the purchasing power of today, covering all inflation expectations. But if you are not compensated, that's not a good investment. Yeah. So as a central bank, we issued this type of papers so that the potential investors are able to price their own paper. So the platform is already there. We do have a curve, although our current challenge is that our secondary market is not that much active, because that's where you'll then see how the economy is doing. And this week, we'll be issuing another 10 years of papers. We have got benchmark 10 years, that is the ones that establish our curve. We have got a 3-year paper, we've got a 5-year paper, we've got a 7-year paper, and a 10-year paper. So any potential investor or any potential institution who wants to borrow from the local market will then be able to price their instruments based on the yields that we'll be paying on government paper. So every time we come to the market on a quarterly basis, we are able to see where the market is, because our secondary market is not that much active. So we then tap into the market. So when we tap into the market, we look at our sister countries within the CMA and the global market and try to price the instruments based on the fair value of the instruments that are in the market, being informed by the economic dynamics that are happening in the local market. So, yes.
Yeah, Nasok Suma, Program Director. We are,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
we're trying to get the excitement, Program Director.
Okay.
The Monetary Policy Committee in SA is sitting this week, so we'll know that interest rates, when they go up, they take away the money we should be investing into the stock exchange. But thank you, Mr. Mtsetwa. We had intended to just shed some light on what this animal is. When we used to work there many years ago, we would see that, oh, when there is now estate late, the lawyers, they write to the exchange and say, a client of ours has passed away and they had holdings here, value this for us so that we dispose. And then those are the worrying things, that we still have these behaviors where you buy and hold for your future generations. And this is the issue that we want to demystify, You are likely to gain more if you buy today, release tomorrow, and wait for another 3 weeks and buy again, and you are increasing the activity and the excitement in the exchange. Thank you so much. We were hoping maybe we'll also get a few nuggets from the audience, but my boss is here. Kumbula those days, finance cuts in, so I'm not going to say those. Thank you.
I haven't released you. I have not released you. I have not released you. Yeah, head girl. Thank you very much, colleagues. I request that they remain on the podium so that I can, over and above what they've said, add that these are also the coordinators of the Green Indaba that we've had. Those that are not part of the panel can also just quickly come up. Labago Steering Committee. So, dear colleagues, if there's anything that went wrong, these are the people. I have nothing to do with it. If everything went right, I have everything to do with it. It's been such a wonderful experience working with this team. We started the work in March, and thank you very much. They've all been cooperating, all sharing their experience and expertise, and I hope we've been able to come up with something that made sense to all of us here. Now you can be released. With that, I request Vusi to remain very close to the podium, and we get someone who's going to quickly run through, Ketsu, to just quickly run through a summary of what we did today. It's only been 2 sessions, but it is important that we just have a quick rundown, so that at least we can get a feel of whether we all understood what was being said the same way. In summary, so I'm giving her 2 minutes. And then Vusi will step up to the podium to give us the way forward as the main sponsor for the event. He will complement what the take-homes are and what commitments they have. You can go up, Sisi.
Thank you, PS, and good afternoon, everyone. It's been such an absolute pleasure to join day 2 of the discussions that we have been having here. So today we focus mainly on environment, social and governance safeguards, and look in terms of how this can actually support the whole process of green finance and climate action. And I think it came out from both the presentation that we have here and the panelists, I think in summary, based on the questions that they were discussing, that sustainability is actually very crucial for organizations and for us as a whole to demonstrate our commitment and sustainable practices that we are doing in those companies, and also foster stakeholder trust and manage risk and drive performance and contribute to a more sustainable and equitable future. And it was also emphasized that ESG, I think sustainability as a concept and as a whole aligns very well with Agenda 2030, which is our SDGs, and the Paris Agreement with regards to climate action. So if we are able to have our sustainability plans, we are well on course to implement climate action and respond or contribute to sustainable development as companies or organizations. And I think the other key issue that was discussed was the role of technology, of tech, of innovation around sustainability. And I think it was clear that we need to embrace technology as a catalyst to unlock transformative and the potential of ESS space. So driving sustainable development and promoting social well-being and protecting our environment through technology. And this requires us to be very innovative and stay on our toes in terms of how we are designing our programs and how we are looking around, and also foster a risk investment approach in our organization. And of course, for us to access climate finance or green finance, as we discussed yesterday, it is very important for us to actually have our sustainability plans in place and ensure also, and the other way around also, we can implement our sustainable or sustainability programs through climate finance. So it is a win-win situation in terms of how you want to approach it. And then the second session that we discussed was the role of the youth, the role of communities and gender issues around the discourse that we have been having. And it came out very clear that we need to tap into the innovative ideas and passion of the youth. And the youth is the greatest currency that we have as a country. And we need to use it now, not in the future. And it's very important that they also play the part, because sometimes they always shout by the door. They are activists, they want this, they want that, and we have now opened the door for them through different various programs that we have as government and also development partners. So now they need to come in, take a seat and play the part, and that's very important for the youth to actually do that. And they have also highlighted, I think it came out clearly from Siphelele, that they need policies and institutional framework that promote their inclusion, but also they want to be part of the decision making. And we also said that, I think it came out clear that we need to involve communities and empower them for collective action, because they bring such a variable information in terms of the local context and knowledge in terms of how we can respond to the challenges that we are having. And I think over and above, since yesterday, I think today also it came out very clear that it is important for us to collaborate and partner as institutions or as players in these very challenging times, and also to promote mentorship programs that are targeting the youth, especially the Business Incubation Program by RSTP, the Youth Empowerment Program by UNEP, and the Youth Parliament that has been recently launched by the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. And such programs actually are a good platform to guide, support, empower, and also exchange knowledge with the youth. And we hope that they are going to use these platforms that have been provided and given to them and take advantage of them. And I think also what has been key, and I think I personally looking forward to, is how we take this conversation to the regions. How do we create a nationwide and a society-wide conversation around issues of climate action, around issues of sustainability, around issues of green financing or climate finance? Because it is only by all of us, if we all are aware, we are empowered with the right knowledge, and then we will all be able to take our space and actually contribute to a resilient and sustainable Eswatini. Thank you very much.
Usho yona yini noma sokukhulumela kwakhe? They get carried away, these climate people. So sometimes they will end up telling you what they think and not what we said.
Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Program Director. I don't like I'm afraid of people, so I've got this issue. I'll try to stand here for those that can't see me. So we're looking at the way forward. They like to put me on the spot when it comes to way forward, so I should be a preacher in my next life. It's been a really engaging agenda, and I'm happy that I was part of it, and I'm happy that each and every one of you was part of it. So we've broken this into about 6 slides. I'll try to be as brief as possible. The first slide, it's the key takeaways from generally. I think this has been said over and over again. Shift from profit to purpose. By purpose, most people then believe that we're not really talking about profit. Profit is part of purpose. But let's have an impactful purpose in what we're trying to do within our stakeholders. The second point is shift from stakeholder or shareholder to stakeholder. Currently, most organizations, including government, we only care, government in most instances looks like they only care about themselves. So companies care about what the shareholders want. Now we have to care about what all the stakeholders actually want. And then the accountability principles. The accountability principles, we just need to identify what are we accountable for, what are our principles, what are our guiding principles to allow us to do that. So we have to demonstrate that whatsoever we've done it in accordance with certain rules and also standards. We also have to report fairly. We also have to be accurate in performance measurement. And then transparency is part of this. I looked at this. They talk about ethics. They talk about evaluation. They talk about policy and procedures. And then instill environmental accountability. I think one speaker made even an example that asesibukela uSushwana River. A lot of things are being thrown into that river. I don't even want us to go to Luswana River. Think of where you stay. You will see Nama disposable nappies. You will see the plastic bags. You will see all of these things. And the issue of environmental accountability starts with us. I think the greatest takeaway that we can have here is to ensure we would say each and every one of us take care of our environment. It starts with us. It's a mindset shift. I usually feel very bad to come and say I'm on the road and I see a car in front of me, somebody open the window and throw ish. Yeah. My life was changed when it comes to this. My life was changed because I think about 15 years ago when I was still young and beautiful, we were at, I think it was the Royal Villas, and Mervyn King was speaking. There was the main speaker there. Mervyn King said, when you go to a hotel, there is a cup in the bathroom. There's usually a cup. However, when you brush our teeth, what do? We open the tap, ne? And the water just runs and runs. What is that cup for? Well, what say you use that cup? You are conserving what? Water. We are conserving what? The environment. It starts with us. It can go to business, but it just starts with us. And then there's the need for collaboration. This has been the ongoing and anchoring, I think, theme within all of Lama sessions that we've had. We are not collaborating. The reason why we're having this Indaba, by the way, is because we realize government is doing its own thing. Even within government, sorry, PS. Even within government, the Ministry of Environment is doing its own, Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs is doing its own things. INEMA rules and policies are. You go to Ministry of Finance, they've got their own things. You go to another ministry, they've got their own things. All of them are talking about the environment. But we are not really amalgamating and collaborating to come up with a policy framework to follow as a country. The key takeaway, if you go to the next one, the key takeaway is on the national context. As long as we do not have a national guideline and policy, we are not going anywhere in our green agenda. Yeah, yeah, because we have identified, I would say, the climate change issues are real and they've got an impact. And I posted yesterday on LinkedIn, I sometimes like to, I'm getting on with the program. So I sometimes post my thoughts, the carefully crafted ones. I posted that the impact of climate change is felt by the the vulnerable in our communities. If you look at the world, the impact of climate change is felt by people that live in Africa that were not involved when this thing started. So it starts with providing that framework. We need that legislation framework, a clear policy direction. PS, I am asking you, PS, this is your baby. After the Indaba, from tomorrow, okay, after we've rested for 2 weeks, we are starting on this, PS. We need a policy direction steering committee from government. As private sector, we can only follow after government have shown the way forward. We move on. Green bonds, we talked, this is an opportunity to fund the climate and green opportunities. And also, even then, it's the issue of the enabling legislation, formulation and communication, who are involved in this? Government, central bank, FSRA, and also other industry players. So it's all a collaborative involvement. And when it comes, I'm sorry to say I put my client also PSPF on the spot, but it's not just PSPF, it's also the capital market players. Their mandates currently are looking at profit. Nyakumbula General Mos. Yeah. So they are looking at profit rather than impact. So let's change, it's the mindset change that we're asking for. And there are a lot of regional stakeholders that are really want to walk this path with us. Kunabo Daklas, the GRI, Kunabo FSD, Vimal, all of those people, they want to walk this journey with us. Let's allow them to lead. Moving on, we've got carbon credits. The only thing I pick, which I think is the way forward here. Carbon credits are the greatest enabler that we have. So let us, as government, it was very nice to meet you, Ketsiwe. As government, we need you to lead this, but you can't lead this without the private sector. It was really saddening when, I think it was Peter Kiv, and also there was somebody that shared from Montigny's side of things, to say they've been trying this journey for the past 7 or so years. And they tried knocking on doors and they are not getting any assistance. So let's try to ensure, there is information sharing, there is an intentional strategy determination, and there's an action plan involved that will include both government, financial sector, ESE, and other industry players. I will be glad to see a steering committee that talks to this particular topic. Angbugu appears, but Mbuga PS. Because this is not an issue for the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Pela. It also involves who? Agriculture. It involves a lot of the other ministries. We have to be intentional about what we want to do here. Moving on. Government green incentives. This one I really enjoyed. I enjoyed because I was in another forum and I texted the minister about the issue of green incentives and say, companies want to walk this green journey. How is government assisting them? I'm still waiting for an answer. Even today, I'm still waiting for an answer. I think it was really good for Shanghai to actually share, there are financial and non-financial incentives that we actually need to look at. We need also a discussion, especially that will be led by the Ministry of Finance, that will be led by ERS, and also other industry players around, what sort of non-financial and financial incentives can we put into place that will then allow, this becomes a catalyst for growth within the green financing sector. Then the last sections, ESG, safeguards, and youth. As per the previous speaker was very eloquent on this matter, and there is nothing else I'm going to say on this except for the statistics of 58% of youth unemployment are scary. We only have 1.2 million people in Eswatini, and there is a lot that each and every one of us can do kancane kancane until we alleviate that problem. If we do not alleviate that problem, the social unrest issues will still continue until God comes back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vusi. We are now, I'm also not going to say anything as per the previous speaker. Thank you very much. I think if you look at our programs, we are finally coming to the closing. I was elevated a couple of minutes ago, and now I have been demoted. Minister had said he was not going to be able to make it because they're in cabinet, but all of a sudden he calls to say he's 5 minutes away. So I missed the opportunity of being a mini minister. So with that said, I will request that we just delay a bit, starting the program for closing, and we wait for his entrance. But whilst we do that, we have arranged for a test drive for His Excellency of the green car outside, so that maybe you can find it interesting and bring us more of, yeah. So we will have the test drive after. Lunch is going to be served where we were enjoying lunch yesterday. There's no government here today, so I'm not going to respond to any of the observations. But one truth that I would request we take home is that there is so much of the silo approach in doing things. I can never deny that within departments, within ministries, within government, within the private sector, we don't know what the other person is doing. So it is very important that we really improve on communication, and I could not have asked for anything better than this training in Indaba. It's been draining, but it's been worthwhile because it has opened a forum for us to engage. Don't worry, dear colleagues. Some of the concepts are very high level and are not easy to understand. But that's why we all did our different, we took our professional routes, because we don't want to do what the next person did. But they should always be there to converse with us, clarify, and allow us an opportunity. And how thankful and appreciative we are to SNGT for their continued commitment to yearly have such an Indaba. At least yearly the commitment is there. And on the ones to engage with the regions, I think we still need to sit down and see how we can work on that one. ESC, can I give you a task? You told us what you are all about. We want to participate. We have our sophisticated commodities. I'm not going to mention them. We want to list in the exchange. We may not have liquid cash, but for those of us that have cash, they will list, or whatever you call it. But I'm sure of this sophisticated commodity. We can talk outside what it is. Give us a Siswati name. Open a competition and get the youth to think and stop wanting more of things that maybe they don't relate to. Stella sigama leSwati lelikhuluma ngestock exchange ukuthi yini stock exchange. so that maybe next year, Nagaboya Joyce Aschela Ngabo, the 4 strategic pillars, we can relate to the Siswati name. So we have a whole year to do that. Don't do it in your offices. Run an open bid. Invite the schools to do that. And as you do that, you would be actually working on your educational campaign program and moving the information through the younger generation in schools. You can get the high schools, say Form 4 and Form 5s, to really start thinking about what the stock exchange is, get them to ask questions, post some of the questions on the local dailies, because we are also still not very clear of what it is. So we will be learning as the students also get to learn. But if you don't make it next year, it's okay. I will tolerate it a bit, but definitely by 2025, we should have a Siswati name. The prefect shall remain with us. 5 minutes sola kapheli. Sekuphela singisi. Sekuphela singisi, sengikhulume khona lokusele. I tried. I don't know what else is. Maybe the last one. We have a policy, but as one of our colleagues indicated, it means the policy is not known. Ikhona policy on climate issues. We even have a strategy, which is a mechanism of implementing the policy. But if the audience here is not aware, then it means we are back to what we were saying. We develop policies for ourselves. So probably we need to find a way of communicating even better, and also maybe look at how best we can take care of the new innovative ideas that are coming on board. My director is still checking on how far the minister is. And with that, it's been a pleasure ningbambisile. Angeke ngisabonga lokwenza loku after the minister and the RR have spoken. I look forward to seeing you next year. At ICC, Spill na finance, planning and economic planning and finance. We want to have this Indaba at ICC, please. I'm not saying pendular. So I request for your indulgence, just a couple more minutes. We wait for the minister. He'll come straight to the podium, address us, and the RR, and we are done for the day. Thank you very much to our speakers from across the borders. It's been a pleasure seeing you, associating a name to a face, to our industry. Thank you again for having made the time. Now I know I have new friends. I've made new friends. Yeah, all my friends. And I look forward to engaging with you and hearing from you on how we can keep us busy. I always say to my colleagues in the ministry, keep me busy. Give me work, but not the Indaba. I'm joking. Keep us busy and let us keep engaging, keep on engaging. I see Banbaga Press done. Have you seen the black car? Yeah, only seeing the green one. Sorry? I think so. I think so. The minister is truly and finally here. He's right here. So, RR rep, can you please come up? Na minister ngicabanga sisicela utenga la ndvuna. Ha, iswengile indvuna yami namhla niyayibona yini? Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Can we start the closing? Minister, we've been able to push the program, and we have finally come to an almost end. It's been an exciting half day, and we are quite excited. We covered all the items that we had set ourselves in the agenda. We even added more, and we've made commitments amongst ourselves. We took advantage of your absence and committed to things that you will not monitor us on. So, but now that you're here, the RR has filed her apologies as well. She's committed, but has asked Babe Excellent to stand in for her. But before we close, can I request that we remember I promised Good Wednesday is our catch-up session. So that one is still on. For now, can we just be silent and respect our elders and seniors this end? Let's recognize the presence of His Excellency the British High Commissioner, the Bishop who's still here. Are you excellent, peers? We have peers. We have peers in our midst, and we still have a full audience from yesterday, Minister. We are so thankful and grateful. With those remarks, can I request the RR to say her last words in the hymn body?
Thank you, Director of Programs. The Honorable Minister of the Minister of Tourism, Environment and Environmental Affairs, the British High Commissioner, our spiritual leader, the Bishop, the Permanent Secretary, Guest Minister of Agriculture, senior government officials present here. May I just avoid risk by saying all protocols observed. As UNDP, we are extremely delighted and we appreciate being part of this very first Green Indaba, which we believe is a very, very important start or a push towards transitioning to a green future which is sustainable. I would also want to acknowledge the organizers of this first Green Indaba, the sponsors, the many presenters, moderators, and panelists that helped us to unpack the key issues and elements that we need to address as we aspire for a greener, sustainable future. I think we started by acknowledging that climate change is indeed a challenge, and that climate change requires action, and action now by all of us. and that green financing provides an opportunity for us to get alternative resources that we need to improve our adaptive capacity, to build our resilience, and indeed to move towards net zero in our economy. I want to acknowledge some of the commitments that have been observed from these 2 days. And the first one is the commitment by the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini on this trajectory of transitioning to a green economy. I think it's a commendable commitment by government. And let me say that this is quite unique, and in many other countries that I've been to, it could be a miracle to have the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to have the Minister of Finance, to have the Minister of Tourism, Environmental Affairs, to have the Central Bank Governor all speak in the same venue, on the same topic, and that topic is about climate action. It rarely happens. So this is political will and commitment that we must take advantage of, because you don't get it anywhere else. We've also taken note of the commitment by the private sector to lead in this process. Again, it's not common to find the private sector taking a lead on issues of climate change. So this is something that is important, and this is a welcome gesture, and we hope that as we go forward, there will be more interaction and collaboration with all sectors of society, particularly the private sector, because they will become more and more important, especially as we pursue green financing opportunities. We are cognizant of the risks of greenwashing, which we must be aware of, and ensure that this is not just a talk shop, but whatever decisions are made from this first Green Indaba transition and are translated into action in our homes, in our communities, and indeed in our offices. We have taken note of the many opportunities for green finance that exist for the kingdom. We have also taken note of the challenges that are also within the opportunities. But I think what we can say is to encourage everyone that these challenges are surmountable. In the past, we have lagged behind, for instance, on CDM. You may recall yesterday that the percentage of green bonds issued, again, when you look at our region, we are already lagging behind. I think this calls for us to up our game, because the opportunities are there, but it's up to us to take those opportunities. Because if we don't, again, we'll be lagging behind. And that is not going to help us to achieve sustainable development. As UNDP, we stand ready to walk, to jog, to run with you on this important subject of climate finance, green bonds, carbon credits, environmental and social governance safeguards, which are all important, and they did provide us a rare opportunity to enhance our climate action. We are already working with a number of government ministries and departments. We as UNDP are already working with the youth. We are already working with communities. We would like to pledge that going forward, we would like to strengthen our collaboration and our partnerships with the private sector, with the communities, with the government, to ensure that we improve the livelihoods of our people, and we indeed grab the opportunity to make the green transition a reality. With these few remarks, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, RR. Minister, at some point I was hoping I was going to be the one called a minister today. And I had already prepared. But at this point, can we have our minister come to the podium and give us a way forward? He was with us in spirit, so he knows what we were doing, and he knows what we will be doing and what we didn't do. So, Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Indeed, I had already allowed you to be the acting minister, but it was just going to be just for today. So, British High Commissioner, hey, how are you, my brother? Bishop, PS, I heard that you are now His Excellence, but it's fine. SNGT team, Eswatini Stock Exchange, Central Bank, Minister of Finance, Minister of Economic Planning, Minister of No Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you're not picking that one because I might be in trouble. But one, may I apologize that I was not able to make it on time. If there's one thing that I hate, is to be late for anything. That one, if I said I'll be at 1, I mean just 1. Or actually 5 to, or 10 to. Because I always say to some of those who are late, please be careful. You might be late for your funeral. So, and that would be said. So, Your Excellency, we have had a very good week, good 2 days. And when I look back at when we started this discussion, I say, wow. May you please clap hands for those who did this organizing. When we started, I didn't believe it was going to succeed. But like some of you who were here yesterday, you heard when they said, at least Eswatini is an implementer. How I wish we could all be like that. Because it's one thing to talk and talk and talk, but I think the taste of the pudding, it's in the eating, in the implementation. And the greening, I want to talk about green bond. The greening and carbon credits are now part of how we need to do things. Because if we are to sustain this environment for future generations, it's about time we start thinking about greening the environment. How we do it, when we do it, etc. At what cost it will be, that's another matter. But we just need to do it. We can start small and end up achieving lots of good things. I was very excited about the presentation yesterday here when I can't remember who it was just looking at how the other countries have actually done it when it comes to the green bonds, carbon credit, etc. Particularly when it comes to the incentives. I was interviewed this morning by STPC because I was there at 7 p.m. I think she will pay me for that. And we're saying, what will government do in as far as this is concerned? Ours is to say we are committed to ensuring that the framework is worked through. And one of the good things that happened in this session when we're discussing this and when we're looking at it was to have the principal secretary, or rather the permanent secretary, being at the forefront. There's no difference, all PSs. So at the forefront, one of the things that I like about her is that she's a hard worker. Asimshayile tandla. And that's very, very important. She's a hard worker, but she also wants things to be done and delivered. Actually, nowadays, when I go to cabinet, I just don't even look at the papers because I know the is and was has been done meticulously. So we really appreciate that. But also, you know, the team that started this, SNT, Eswatini Stock Exchange, the Central Bank, UNDP, I have never worked with a team that was so cohesive. Yes, we disagreed. Yes, we disagreed, but they were so cohesive in saying, if other countries have benefited through green bond, through greening, to carbon credits, why can't Eswatini benefit through that? And that was really the major question. And I think if our take home would be, how are we able to do this? How can we be able to do it timely? I don't know the English idiom, but it says those ones who are the first to get into something, they usually benefit. So I think, particularly in Southern Africa, you know, when I look at the Western African countries, I had discussions with the RI, for example. At some point I was saying, let's take it, a team, two-some, three-some, to also learn maybe from countries like Gabon, because they have been able to gain through this. And lately now, Tanzania, Uganda, etc., they are coming on board. And I think it's the right thing to do. If we can only implement, things are going to move forward. Government is prepared to support the private sector, and this was private sector led. But I've now been challenged that some institutions now want to take over. They are also in the private sector, so that next year they want to see this thing being bigger and bigger. And that is what we appreciate. I got actually 2 calls this morning where people were saying, how can we make this bigger? We want to be part of it. We want to be at the forefront also. So that means there is now that willingness to move forward, the eagerness to actually move forward. And that is what we like. Obviously, UNDP, the icing at the top of this cherry or cake or whatever. I don't usually take cakes, but it's fine. was the electric car. Because people sometimes seeing is believing. You say, is it possible? Are these people okay? Can it work? And now they can see it. It's there on social media. Everybody taking, what do you call it, selfies? And that is exciting because it means it is doable. If other countries are doing it, why can't we, why can't we do it? So which means we can do it. And the honors are on us, the responsibilities is on us. Let's take this home. Each one of you has a responsibility. We have a responsibility to this country. We have a responsibility to the region. We have a responsibility to Africa. Eswatini can do it. And let's make sure that we do it. May I take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated. You were stars. You were asking questions. You were challenging the panelists. And the panelists, because they did their research. And they were not paid. In most cases, when you are a panelist, you say, hey, my bank is XYZ. I nearly mentioned the bank, which was going to be, but they did it. And that is what we call selflessness, because you do things for the future of mankind. And Stella Spasha doesn't Next year, we want to take it up there because we had to turn away a lot of people who wanted to be part of this audience. So count yourself lucky and realize that you are already in that database, which means next year you will be the first to be invited. But be assured that there will be others 2 times what you have, 3 times what you have, because it is the right thing to do. In fact, one of the organizers was saying, this is now going to be the Davos of Eswatini. And let's coin that. As for me and my house, I will be part of that. Can I hear amen there? May I take this opportunity to wish you travel messes as you go to your various places of abode. And let's realize that we've got only one earth. We've got only one Africa. We've got only one Eswatini. We can do it. We can make a difference. Let's all go out there to make a difference. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I think all of you are envying being part of the ministry staff. When all is well, there is joy. When all is well, there is joy. So now I can tell, I know, Nishaile Bafana, thank you very much. We can request for anything, it shall be granted. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's been a pleasure. I'd already said bye. Thank you very much, Minister, for allowing us to try. We have learned along the way. There's still more opportunities. Without your support, we wouldn't have done this. So we also want to recognize you in person and really thank you, because when nobody else believed in what we've just achieved, you kept on pushing and nudging to say, it is doable, just dive in and do it. And by the way, I got a strict instruction. You are going to do it and drive it. If you don't understand it, go sit home, think about it, but you're going to do it and you're chairing the steering committee. That was on the side. So thank you very much, colleagues. Lunch is served where we were yesterday, and we will see more of each other. You're also invited for lunch, Minister and RR. Yes, thank you. Bishop ukhona again utasithandazel. Labani licembu. Oh, I almost said somebody forgot their old phone here. I can't even take it. But thank you very much, Stelu Spongele, Bishop.
Can we also take the opportunity to say thank you so much to the organizers and everybody, Minister, Your Excellency, and everybody here for affording us the opportunity. Where God is invited, everything succeeds. So it's a beginning of a long journey, but that is going to be successful. Please stand up for a blessing. Yes. The peace of God which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and mind in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. The blessing of God Almighty, who is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, be among you and remain with you always.
Thank you very much. Are we getting the coupons? Okay.